Great. So we have already started with the clauses and we are on the part 1. In the part 1 we are done with how many clauses? 6 clauses. So what are the 6 clauses we are done with, everyone? First one is allowing any person other than a chartered accountant in practice, not being your partner, not being your employee, to work or practice in the name of you or in the name of your firm. Second one, you were sharing. And the third one, you were accepting someone's emoluments and you were sharing your emoluments. And in the fourth one, you are guilty if you are entering a partnership with the people who are other than the 53A people and other than another CA in practice and another other than those non-residencies which are approved by the council. And then in the clause number 5, we talked about that you will be guilty if you are securing the professional work. And clause number 6 में directly the focus was that you should not solicit your client and you should not solicit any work from your client in relation via advertisement, via personal communication, interviews, circulars and everything. Now let's proceed with the clause number 7, everyone. What is clause number 7? Advertising the professional attainments via circulars, interviews and other modes of advertisement using designation other than what? Chartered accountant. See, always remember one thing. Most of the times when this kind of question comes in the examination, the biggest challenge among us is to see whether the question is relating to clause 6 or clause 7. See, remember, if you think that there is an advertisement going on, this is the area where you will be getting the problem. Because advertisement word has been used in both the clauses, 6 as well as what? 7. How to understand what is a bifurcation? If you are just simply giving an advertisement that you are changing your office address from one place to another, it means you are not giving any kind of what? Professional attainments. Am I correct? Then you can simply say clause number what? 6. But if you are saying that we are a firm of 25 years old since this and that year and now we are shifting from this location to another location to grow for another 75 years. Am I correct? So you are indirectly giving your with professional attainments. So advertisement mein you have to understand one thing. If your advertisement is in the way that you are trying to solicit the more work, then in that case there is no problem or there is no harm in quoting the 2 clauses at one point of time. There's no problem. Same thing will come in the schedule 2 also. You know that in the part 1 of schedule 2, there is one clause number 7 called gross negligence clause. Right or not? That comes everywhere. Are you getting the point? Let's say for example, clause number 1 is confidentiality. In the part 1 of schedule 2. If you break up the confidentiality as a member in practice without the client's prior permission. Now, you know that confidentiality is one of your basic principles. But are you following or not following? It means you're gross negligent. So you can quote clause 1 as well as what? Clause 7. Same is the case here. There's no problem if you're quoting the clause number 6 and 7. But if you think that your solicitation is not only a solicitation, you are soliciting via what? Advertisement. By showing that you are 25 years old in the market or you are doing some, this thing in the market, you are expert in this. It means you are soliciting as well as what? Giving the professional attainment. So you will simply quote the clause number 6 as well as what? 7 in that case. Am I correct or not? So let's understand what are the advertisement professional attainment. What do you mean by advertisement professional attainment via circulars, interviews and other modes of advertisement? What is the second line used? See, what is the second point written? Using the designation other than what? That we already discussed in the morning session. Ki let it be you are a multi-qualification holder, but if you are in practice with ICA, you are only allowed to use one designation. That is called what? Chartered accountant. Other than that, any other designation allowed or not allowed? Not allowed. Now see, first of all, advertisement in the form of write-up allowed, guidelines issued by whom? Council. Write-ups are nothing but called the biodata of your member and biodata of your what? Firm. For that, in your ICA material, you will find at the lower end part, you will find some write-up guidelines. Which guidelines? Write-up. You just have to see that key in the write-up, you should not give anything under the push technology. It should be again under what? Pull technology. Are you getting the point? Say for example, you can give the name of your employees. You can give the name of your partners. You can give them the year of their qualification. Year of their qualification. Because that is a push technology or pull technology? Pull technology. But can you tell their area of expertise? Suppose one of my partner is an expert in GST. Can I rate that Mr. B bracket mein expert in GST? No. Again, that is going to be area and years of experience. What are the two things? Area of experience and years of experience. Both are to be in the which technology? Full technology. Are you getting the point? So write-ups are like, biodatas. Simple guidelines are being given. You just go through it once over there. Second thing is designation. No designation other than the chartered accountant is allowed. Tax consultant, cost accountant, all those things are not allowed, including members of parliament and members of legislative assembly. These are also not allowed. It means a CA in practice can practice law by holding a what? COP. Just now in the morning I told you which two professions you can practice together. You can practice a chartered accountancy as well as what? Bar council ka permission leke. But you can only practice it if it is permitted by whom? Bar council. But practicing CS and CMA by obtaining the permission from the other system concerned, no such requirement is there. Only designation chartered accountant is allowed. See, I'll tell you one thing which is very clear. Let me make it very clear to you practically. Like I am triple qualified. I am CA, CS and CMA. So if any ROC related issue comes or any ROC related matters comes or any compliance related matters comes, I never say no to my client. I do it. The only thing is I'll not be a which authority? Signing authority. Signing authority I can do only in case of statutory audits. I can do secretarial audit. There is no problem. I can do cost audit also. There is no problem. The only problem is secretarial audit report and the cost audit report I can't sign. For that, you need to be a COP holder. But CA, CS, CA, CMA put together, these things are not allowed. Only CA with LLP put together, two practice are allowed. That too, you need to take a prior permission of whom? Bar council, right? Next one. Now, as a member in practice, you shall have a separate stationery and nameplate. I already told you that in case you are doing the CA with LLP, make sure that your stationery and nameplates and your visiting card should be what? Separate. You are not allowed to have the same letterhead saying that you are a chartered accountant also. First of all, they are allowing you. But if they are allowing you, it is not allowed to be on the same letterhead. It has to be a what? Separate stationery. Next one. Year of establishment is allowed on the website, but on which basis? Pull basis. Not allowed on what? Visiting cards and letterheads. That you have to remember. Photograph where allowed? Not allowed in? Same is the case. Year of establishment is allowed only in case of what? Website. That too on which basis? Pull basis. But not allowed on what? Visiting cards and letterheads. Now, if you are publishing your articles, you are allowed to give your name, photo and designation. Not allowed is a payment for the publication and your which treatments? Professional. If you are doing the, can you do the advertisement for your client? Can you do the advertisement for your client? Allowed. What kind of advertisements you are allowed? If you are working as a what? Trustee, as a what? Receiver and as a what? Liquidator. Please tell me, what do you mean by liquidator? You help the company in winding up? So do you have to realize the assets or not? And when you have to, how people will come to know that you are selling the assets? By doing what? Advertisement. So in these three positions, you are what? Allowed. Or you are doing the advertisement for own staff recruitment. Suppose I am in looking for any kind of employees or any kind of like other assistants, I can go for the advertisement. Advertisement for the client's staff requirement also you can give. Because remember one thing, advertisement should not show your PA. What is PA? Professional attainment. Other than that, if you are doing that, there is no prohibition on advertisement. There is a prohibition on that advertisement which gives your what? Professional attainment. Are you getting the point? So you can do the advertisement for yourself as well as for your what? Client. Next one, advertisement for the client wishing to sell or acquire what? Property. Are you getting the point? So in these cases, you can do the advertisement for your what? Client. Next one, celebration of candidate success. In the morning, in the earlier session, I told you ki what you can do in case one of your article assistant got the all India rank. In that case, you are allowed shall contain only the base statement of congratulating the candidate on what? Achievement. Professional attainments are not allowed. It means in a local newspaper, what are the three things you can give about yourself? You can give the name, you can give what? Designation, and you can give what? Firm's name. But since how many years that is allowed or not allowed? So what are the three things allowed in the advertisement? Name, designation, firm name. can you say that come to us and join us? ऐसा करके one liners kind of attraction. Allowed or not allowed? Make sure that that advertisement simply just look like you are congratulating someone on someone's achievement. Am I correct or not? Next point. Reports and certificates may again bear facts for the purpose for which it has been issued. Should be given. TV interviews and firm appearance may. Now, listen to this point very carefully. When the person takes your interview, it is interviewee's responsibility to ensure that interviewer should not talk about your what? Professional attainment. It's a very simple thing. Let's say, for example, there is one case going on. The interviewer said so many things about you. He is Mr. ABC and he is in the industry for the last, this is a golden jubilee of his firm, this and that, they are celebrating and this and that. People from the South India are only appointing him as a which auditor? Statutory auditor. All that she said. My question is very simple. How she came to know? How she came to know that all people are behind you and they want you only as a statutory auditor? Logic is very simple. You might have told. That's why that lady got to know or not. Who is introducing you in front of the TV channel. So what are the things you are allowed to say while introducing yourself? What are the things you are allowed? Name, designation, and only which name? Firm name. What is not allowed? Professional attainments and what? Address. Otherwise, if you are giving, okay, say for example, you are not talking about professional attainments. You are only giving your what? Address. Then also it is a what? Solicitation. You are basically telling the people this is the place where you can come and reach me. Am I correct or not? So these two things are not allowed. These three things are what? Allowed. Appointments to the position of local and national. As I already told you, MP, MLA ke case mein, what is allowed? What is not allowed? Full designation allowed or only abbreviations are allowed? Abbreviation. As a lecturer and as a seminar taking, at that point of time, you can only tell two things about yourself. What is the two things? Name and designation. Signboards, in the case of signboards, glowing signs and large size signboards are allowed or not allowed? Have you ever seen CA's office having the bulbs and all glittering, aisa karke, golden color bulbs and huge pedda billboard right from the railway station? You can see that CA's office, Grover and Associates, aisa karke madam, come. ऐसा करके have you ever seen you will maximum see the size of what? This much of board. That too your firm's name, below chartered accountant, contact number and address. That is what the only thing you are allowed. Nowadays colorful are also allowed. That too with the combination of which color? Green and blue color. Otherwise normally though it has to be black and white in nature, but maximum this is the average size which you will find, that too below the building. So glowing signs, glittering color of color, neon color boards, allowed or not allowed? Not allowed, right? And can you advertise some about a celebrity's face on your board? He is our client. Are you allowed or not allowed? Not allowed, right? Next point. In case of directorship, what you are allowed? See, always remember one thing. If you are a director in one company, what is allowed? You are allowed to mention your name, that you are this person, your designation, you are a chartered accountant, and you are directorships in which companies? Other companies. What is not allowed in your case? You are not allowed to mention the name of your firm, your specialization, and which attainments? Professional attainments. Next one, logo. Only which logo is allowed? Only I say logo is allowed. Your own customized logo allowed or not allowed? Not allowed. Photographs and QR. Can you put the QR code also now? Yes. Photos not allowed on what? Visiting cards. Allowed where? Website. That to which size? Passport size. But allowed in what? Website, passport. A QR code allowed on what? Visiting cards. But when you scan it, it should not show your what? Professional name. It may simply give a link to reach to your website or link to reach your what? Particular link for the knowing that yes, you are a firm. It should not show buy one get one and this and that, 20% off, 30% off, this and that. It will look like a hawker selling the vegetables. Am I correct? Net, very important point. Now, this is a question where they may ask you about the networking. Acha, how many of you have an idea about what do you mean by networks? Is Deloitte a firm or is Deloitte a network? EAY is a network. KPMG is a network. PwC is a network. We join them as partners. We are calling ourselves network firm. What we are called? Network firm. So remember, if the Reliance is giving the audit to EY, EY will not do the audit. EY will ask its what? Network firms. It will allot the audit to its network firms. So actually Reliance ka auditor is EY, but you will never see the EY's name on the Reliance audit report. You will see the SRBC and Co and DTS and Associates. These are the two partners of what? EY network. So they are called network firms. Are you getting the point? So these are the various networking guidelines you have to understand. Point number one, new networking guidelines has been repealed. Old networking guidelines issued by whom? I say. But cases, investigations under the old guidelines will continue to what? Run. Actually, there used to be a very one simple line used to be there. Ki networking guidelines prescribed by council. But now they have been elaborated now in your portion. What is the point number one? First of all, though, you have to understand what do you mean by a network. Network means a large structure aimed at what? Cooperation. देखो बहुत simple सी बात है. If I'm a part of one network and if some other firm is a part of what? Network. We can do what? We can do sharing. We can do what? Sharing. Sharing of what? Sharing of ownership. We can have a common ownership, common cost and profit sharing, common QCPP. What is QCPP? Quality control policies and procedure, common business strategies, common brand name, and common use of what? Professional resources. Good thing about becoming a part of the network is you will be able to allow to share the resources of another firm because you both are the part of what? Same network. Am I correct? Next point, common professional resources includes what? Sharing of common information system, common partners and what? Staff, sharing of technical department, sharing of training, courses, training. Suppose, let's say for example, in my firm, I got one big GST assignment, which is I'm handling for the first time, appeals and revisions ka case. Let's say for example, but my firm is not having any experience. My network firm, the partner in the same network, is having one person who is an expert in them. So can I tell that person to come to my office and train my article assistants for that GST case or not? Yes. So you can also share which courses? Training courses. You can share your facilities and you can also share your what? Audit methodologies. That is the what? The benefit of becoming a part of a network. Now, what are the forms of network? Network can take so many shapes. It can be a mutual entity. It can be a what? Partnership firm. It can be a what? LLP. It can be a company. But company, do you remember I told you? Subject to which company? MCC. What is MCC? Management Consultancy Company by holding a what? CCOP. What is CCOP? Corporate Certificate of Practice and what? Others. Now, main point on which they may ask you the MCQ question is this. By drafting the form of case law. Can you read the point number 5? A firm is not allowed to join more than what? One network. बहुत simple सी बात है. If I'm a part of Deloitte, I'm not allowed to join what? EY. And one more thing. Firms having the common partners shall join same network. What does that mean? I have my own firm and I am a partner in one firm. My firm is a part of Deloitte, network firm of a Deloitte, and my partnership firm where I am a partner is a part of EY. Allowed or not allowed? Why not allowed? Two firms having the which partner? Common partner shall also join the what? Same network. Did you understand both the points? What is the point number 1 first? You are not allowed to join more than what? One network. And the firms having the common partner shall also join the which network? Same network. Next one. Formation of the network. Like it's like incorporation of the company. Now please tell me, do we file the run form or not? What is run? Reserve what? Unique name. Same is the case here. You have to file the form number what? A for the name reservation. If you want to make a network, you have to go to the ICA and file the form number A. What are the things you need to do? File to ICA for what? Approval. Once allotted, it is valid for what? 3 months. So within 3 months, you have to incorporate your network. Next one, it can be rejected or accepted within what? 30 days. So ICA has 30 days to accept and reject and to reply you and will be cancelled on the expiry of what? 3 months. If within 3 months you have not made any network with the reserved name, then the reserved name will no longer be reserved for you. It will be what? Cancelled. So tell me what are the 4 things? First of all, form number is what? A. Who is filing? Applicant. To whom? ICA. Tell me the 3 rules. It is valid for how much time ICA has to let you know? 30 days. After 3 months, it will get what? Expired. Next, name can be withdrawn by the ICA at any time if what? Undesirable. Say for example, if you are using any words which are identical or similar to the already existing form, you're using any words which are prohibited under Emblems and Names Act, or you are using any word which is against the patriotism and secularism of India. So in that case, if I say things that this name, what you are asking is undesirable, I say itself can cancel your name or can withdraw even after the allotment. Next one, mere approval of the name can't entitle you to what? Practice. Just a name reservation does not mean that you can practice in the form. You have to incorporate also. So form number A is for what? Name reservation. What is form number D? Read this point. Listing of networks with entities outside India. What do you mean by that? First of all, read the point and tell me, network belongs to India or network belongs to outside India? Read the line. That's what I am telling you. Indian network is getting associated with entities outside India. क्योंकि outside foreign networks need not take the permission of ICA ना. Which has to take the permission of ICA? Indian networks. So Indian networks shall file declaration in form number D with whom? ICA via authorized representative within how many days? 30 days from the date of what? Arrangement. Ki yes, we are getting listed with what? Other entities outside India. So please give us a permission. Form B is what? Now form A was what? Name reservation. What is form B now? Once the name is registered, now it's better to incorporate your network. To be filed again with whom? I say within 3 months of the name reserve, mandatory in nature. And what is form C? Change of network. To be again filed with whom? I say within 30 days of change. It means first you will change. You don't have to take permission of ICA. ICA is just an intimating body. You intimate that I change from EY to what? Deloitte. Then you have to file the form number C on account of entry or exit from network. So tell me, what are the 4 forms we did? A, B, C, D. A, name reservation. B, incorporation. C, changing. And D, if your Indian network is getting arrangement with what? Entities outside India. Time period for everyone, name reservation is valid for. Rest remaining all the forms to be filed within 30 days. Am I clear? Next point. Ethical compliance. Even if you're a part of a firm or you're a network firm, ethical requirements will remain same, which we did it in the morning. Can you please tell me the fundamental principles? Integrity, objectivity, independence, confidentiality, professional due behavior, everything will remain same. Ceiling on the non-audit fees. Now, look at this point and please tell me, what did you understand from this point? Read the point. Ceiling on not audit fees. Ceiling on what? Non-audit fees. What is the point? If network firm is doing a which audit? Statutory audit. Other firms of the same network collectively can charge maximum 3 times of the fees of what? What do you mean by that? Listen, I am a part of Deloitte network. She is a company called ABC Limited. I am taking 40 lakhs from her as a statutory audit fees. How much? Now, these 3 are also the part of the same network. These 3 to this firm are providing non-audit services. Which services? How much they can charge? Maximum how much? 3 times of the fees of which audit? Statutory audit. Did you get the point? If one network firm of a network is already doing a statutory audit of one company, and whatever the amount they are charging into 3 times is the maximum the other network firm partners can charge for the which assignment? Non-audit assignment. Is it clear, everyone? Did you understand the point? Now, these are the some of the areas where they may test you, because these are the only main things you have to remember. Next one, rotation rules. In the same network, incoming and outgoing auditor can't happen for the, please tell me. ABC and Co is going. PQR is incoming, but they both belong to the same network. Allowed or not allowed? What are the 5 things should not be common between incoming and outgoing? Common partner, common control, common management, common brand name, common trade name, common network also. What is the 6th point now? Common. It means 2 forms of the same network cannot be incoming as well as what? Outgoing. Next point. Advertisement. Firms can use the network firm under the guidelines of whom? I say. So I can use, say for example, Grover and Associates, network firm of Deloitte. What does that represent? Just a bare statement of fact कि I am the firm, I am the network firm of Deloitte. Next one, framework of internal bylaws of the network, appointment of what? Management committee, administration of network, contribution to meet the cost of administration, dispute settlement, issue of newsletter, development, maintenance of database and library. It means every network firm or every network must have these particular bylaws, rules and regulation. What are the 4-5 bylaws you have to remember? Appointment of a which committee? Administration of what? Network. Contribution to melt down what? Cost. And dispute what? Settlements. Issue of what? Newsletter. Within them, development and maintenance of database and what? Library. Now, there are 2-3 rules which I would like to ask you. Please tell me, can I join another network being a part of one network? Allowed or not allowed? I'm a partner in another firm, but we both are the part of two different networks. Allowed or not allowed? I'm charging 20 lakhs as a statutory fees. How much she can charge from the same company? She's a part of the same network. Maximum 60 lakhs. For the which work? Non-statutory audit work or non-audit work. Am I correct? Next one. Networks के case में you don't use the word associates and co. You use the word called what? Affiliates. You are not allowed to use the word affiliates which we are a partnership firm or LLP. But if you are a network, the network says the word called what? And affiliates. It means my firm name is Grover and Associates. Where I am a partner, it is known as XYZ and Co. Now, we can use only word and company and associates and co. But we are not allowed to use the word called what? Affiliates. Affiliates can only be used by whom? Network. To differentiate it from what? Others like entities. Now, mutual entity hai, so your name will be what? ABC and affiliates. If it is a company, it will be like ABC Affiliates Private Limited. Are you getting the point? And if you're an LLP, what will your LLP name? ABC Affiliates LLP. And can't use and co and associate in its what? Name. Because this is for network firm. And these rules are for what? Network. Deloitte can use what? Affiliates. Deloitte is a company. Network company. Deloitte India Affiliates Private Limited. Affiliate word is what? Mandatory to give it a distinct identity. Are you getting the point? Are you allowed to use a word called and, co and associates? Who can use this? Network firm. Is it clear, everyone? So these are the various. Only thing which we have left out in the clause number 7 is nothing but called your write-up guidelines. Which guidelines? So I will suggest you to go to the ICA material and just have a look out. It's given at the end in the council guidelines. It is given at the end. You just look out the various council guidelines. Did you get the point or not? So tell me, what are the 7 clauses we are done with? Allowing, sharing, accepting, partnership, securing, professional work, then soliciting client and what? So should I ask you now mixed questions now? You want to mix questions? There is one ABC and Co partnership firm which is a part of what? Deloitte network, right? And they are doing one advertisement that they are shifting from one place to another place. But in the advertisement, it is being stated that we are in the field of auditing and assurance since 1996. And we are shifting from our base from this location to this location. And we'll be also looking for the new staff and assistants. Guilty or not guilty? This firm is guilty. Guilty under what? 6 or 7? Sure. Why not 6 here? It is a clear-cut case of advertisement, point number 1. And that too, you are displaying your what? Professional attainments. There is no way you are asking for the solicitation of what? Work from your clients. If it is like they are saying that ki come and get it done with a reasonable price as compared to the other firms in the market. Now, if I'll add this line in that advertisement, now it will be both 6 as well as what? 7. Are you getting the point? See, 7 alone may come. 6 also sometimes alone may come. But majority of the cases may, you will always find these two brother and sister coming together. One is 6 and one is what? 7. Now, clause number 8. Read the clause number 8, please. Non-communication by an auditor with the whom? Another auditor who is also a chartered accountant in practice while keeping the what? engagement. Can you please tell me it is connected with our CARO somewhere? Where? Clause number 18. Clause number 18 में क्या था? Resignation by a statutory auditor. What is the responsibility of the incoming auditor? To first communicate with the outgoing auditor to understand his issues, concerns, and objections, if any. So basically, that clause has been copied from here only. It's always better that incoming should take the NOC from where? Outgoing. But there are some explanations you need to understand here. It is mandatory for the member in practice to communicate with the provisions before, communicate with the previous auditor before accepting the which assignment? Audit assignment. But there are some facts maybe you might not be aware. I have written those facts over also here. Previous auditor means what? Okay, I am the auditor. Last year audit has not happened. Last to last year audit has happened. I am the auditor now. Last year audit has not happened. Last to last year there was some another firm. Previous year auditor means previous year auditor or previous auditor. Yes. Are you getting it? Then also you have to take what? NOC. Are you getting the point? For you it is not previous year matters. For you what matters to you is previous auditor. Point number 1. Point number 2. Last time Mr. A and Mr. B were the joint auditors. A and Co and B and Co. This year B and Co is continuing. Only. Whether B and Co should communicate with A and Co. Last year A and Co and B and Co both were the joint auditors of this company. This year this company only chose B and Co to be their auditor. They did not continue with A and Co. Is B and Co required to communicate with A and Co? Answer is yes. You need to communicate with the which auditor? Joint auditor. Obviously you will not communicate to yourself. Okay, vice versa karte. Last time it was A and Co. And now it is A and Co and B and Co joint auditor this year. Whether B has to communicate with A. But this year B got added now. Whether B must communicate with previous auditor A. Must or must not? Why must not? A is continuing what? This year. So where it is required to be communicated? Last year it was joint auditor. This year it is what? Single auditor. Is one accompanying you this year or not accompanying you? Not accompanying you. Do you have to communicate with him? Yes. Because why? First of all, to tell me why do you need to communicate? What is the reason? The things which have happened with the which auditor? Previous auditor should not happen with you. That is where they are saying. So that much of conscious should be there. If the some bad things have happened with the previous auditor, that should not continue with you. Right or not? So for you, previous year auditor matters or previous auditor matters? Second thing, the objective behind this clause is to know the reasons behind the replacement of an auditor. Following are the reasons when the incoming auditor shall not accept the engagement. Matlab you should simply say what? No. What is the reason number 1? When there was a non-compliance of section number, what is 139? Tell me everything what comes under 139. Appointment, rotation, casualty. If there is any of the violation in any of these 3 things, then in that case, as an incoming auditor, you should not accept the audit assignment. And what is 140? RR. Resignation, removal. Suppose the previous auditor is removed without giving the opportunity of being heard, and you are an incoming auditor, you accepted it. Then in that case, even though you have taken NOC from the previous auditor, but you should not. Because company is doing the violation. They have neither followed the section number 139, nor they have followed the section number what? 140. So you should accept or should not accept? Should not. What is the next point? When an undisputed, what is the word written? What do you mean by that? Was there any problem relating to fees or there was no problem? But still it is not being paid. Then as an incoming auditor, you should join or should not join? Knowing the fact, you should not join even if you have communicated with the which auditor? Previous auditor. What is the next one? When the old auditor wanted to issue a which report? Qualified or modified report. Am I correct or not? But company said that you turn around, po. We don't want any report from you. Now please tell me now that is the reason they are hiring you, thinking that you will listen to the management. You should or you should not. So tell me the 3 reasons where you should not join at all. If there is a non-compliance of 139 and 140. Second, if the undisputed audit fees was not paid. Third, but let's say for example, last year company requested the previous year auditor to cut down some of the part of his fees because company has been declared sick unit and they can't afford the main point. They asked 40% discount from the fees, but he left it because he did not want to reduce it. When you as an incoming auditor communicated, he told you this reason. Yeah, I left it, boss, because they were asking me to reduce my audit fees by how much percentage? 40%, and that was a sick unit. Now you accepted it. Is there any problem? Or that is your will now? That is completely dependent upon the which auditor now? Incoming. Because there is nothing wrong company has done. They simply requested you, you were not able to continue, but I am able to continue at 60 because I know that if today I am helping my client, client may help me in what? Future. Am I correct? It's a mutual understanding. When they are unable to afford, you have to. Am I correct or not? So in such kind of cases, you are allowed to join. But compare that with this thing. What will you see? And you will say no. What is the word you will see in the question and you will simply say no? Undisputed audit fees. There was no dispute. But what if they will say disputed fees? What do you mean by disputed audit fees? They were having the agreement or disagreement? In that case, again, it is your choice to join it or not. Maybe that disputed for them might not be disputed for you. You are okay with that, right? Next point, mode of communication. How do you have to communicate? In writing, by what? Hand delivery or registered post with acknowledgement due. This one we can understand. But what is this? Again, boss, we need a proof of what? Delivery. I have delivered it. It means this acknowledgement due का जो extra acknowledgement letter है, that should come to your office saying that कि your letter has reached to the which auditor? Previous auditor. Next thing, council guidelines, when it is mandatory, when it is recommendatory. Now ICI will definitely put you guilty of misconduct if you are doing left side things. When it is mandatory? What is the word written? What do you mean by that? Is it only mandatory when the statutory auditor is getting replaced or any auditor is getting replaced? The same rule applies for concurrent auditor, internal auditor, statutory. The word auditor means you are getting replaced. You mandatorily have to communicate with which auditor? Previous auditor. Are you getting the point? Internal to internal, statutory to statutory, concurrent to concurrent, any kind of replacement you need to communicate. What is the second rule? On change of auditor, for which purpose? What is this word written again? If you were not hired for report, if you were hired for certificate, and now they are replacing your certificate with someone's certificate. Now tell me, is it mandatory or recommendatory? You were hired last year for net worth statement issue. Which statement issue? Certification, not report. They did not like your work. They want to replace me now with your certification work they have given to me now. Should I communicate? Is it mandatory to communicate or recommendatory? What if the last year you were hired for which purpose? Report. Then it is what? Mandatory. So what are the two words you have to see in the question? Audit and what? Report. Third one, in case previous auditor was a which? What does that mean? What is the meaning? Tell me the other way around of this line. Try to understand. The second side of the coin you have to see. What is written in the guidelines? In case the previous auditor is what? What if the previous auditor was a company secretary? What if the previous auditor was a cost accountant? What if the previous auditor was an MBA? What if he was a BE, BTech, BArc? And now you are coming as a CA. Now mandatory or recommendatory? But what if the previous person was a CA? Then it is what? Mandatory. So what are the three things now you have to check? Previous work was audit. Previous work nature was to issue report. And third, previous person was a what? Chartered accountant. Repeat the three words again. Previous work was audit. The nature of work was to issue report. And what was the previous person? Chartered accountant. Then it is what? Mandatory. And what is the fourth one? When the last year auditor was CA and the current year auditor is what? Joint. Am I correct? Now, what is recommendary? Read on the recommendary. What is the word written? Healthy practice. ICE says that do it. When? In case of what? It is not mandatory, but it is what? Recommendary. What is the second one? In case previous professional was what? And in case last year was a different assignment. And in case communication is with the person who handled the different what? Assignment. So you just have to remember the must wala list. Don't remember the recommendary list. What are the three things must? Last year assignment was audit. Last year person was chartered accountant. What was the nature of his assignment? Issuing certificate or issuing a report? Then it is mandatory to what? Communicate. Now, incoming auditor shall wait for how long? For the response of outgoing auditor. Is there any time period anybody can tell? There is no time period. What is the time period written? Reasonable time. What do you mean by reasonable time? It depends upon case to case. अच्छा, एक और question पूछता हूँ. This is what is being given over here. You send the communication to the previous auditor via UCP under the certificate of posting. Did you understand my question? Incoming auditor communicated with the previous auditor, sent a letter via UCP under certificate of posting. Is it guilty or not guilty? Guilty. Why guilty? Because we need a proof of what? Delivery. You don't get the proof of delivery in case of what? UCP. Okay, speed post. Speed post. Huh? Email confirm. Don't mix that thing here, sir. That is 143 subsection 12. I'm saying speed post. You sent it via speed post. Will there be any tracking ID in a speed post? Will you be able to know that whether the other person has received it or not? Do you have that is enough proof for you? If it is showing that delivered? Yes. It means main thing is what? You need a proof of what? Delivery. Your parcel is being what? Delivered. Okay. Let's say for example, one client came to you and he said that Rohit sir, urgently I have removed my auditor. You have to start it first. So I started. Are you getting it? And after accepting the audit, I communicated. When is this required to be done? Before accepting or after accepting? So here also you are what? Guilty. So communicating is not important. When to communicate is that important. When to communicate? Before accepting or after accepting? Before accepting. Did you understand the 8 clauses? Tell me 1 to 8. Allowing, sharing, accepting, partnership, securing professional work, solicitation, advertising professional attainments, and what? Communicating with the which auditor? Acha, tell me the 3 cases under which you should not accept. If there is a non-compliance of 139, 140, undisputed audit fees has not been paid, and last one, when he wanted to give a which report? Modified report. What is the first one? 139 and 140 non-compliance. That itself is your clause number what? 9. Read the clause number 9. Non-compliance of 139 and 140 of the Companies Act, and at the time of appointment, at the time of removal, at the time of reappointment, at the time of what? Resignation. How you will differentiate कि they are talking about 8 or 9 in this case? Did you understand my question? 9 is completely dedicated to 139 and 140, but how you will differentiate? You have to write you have to quote 8 or you have to quote 9. See, let me give you one question and you please tell me what you will like to quote it. Company has appointed you. You are the first, a company has appointed you. You are the first auditor of a non-government company. Company appointed you as a board of directors appointed you within 45 days from the date of incorporation. Is this a valid appointment? And you accepted it as well. My question is, how to appoint first auditor of a non-government company? by the board of directors within 30 days from the date of what? Did I anywhere tell you he forgot to communicate? I told you, you are a which auditor? First auditor. In that case, there is no question of clause 8. There is a question of what? Clause 9. So when they will say that ki somebody was appointed or removed and you communicated and you came to know that there was a non-compliance of 139 and 140, you will quote clause number 8. And when it is on you, there is a non-compliance of appointment, removal and resignation, then you will quote clause number 9. Suppose they did not give you an opportunity of being heard when you were getting removed and you accepted the removal. What does the law say? You should be given an opportunity of being heard. What you will quote? Clause 9. But the last auditor, before being removed, when you communicated with him, he told that they did not give me the opportunity of being heard. Now tell me what you will quote? Clause 8. This is happening with you. That has happened with the which auditor? Previous year auditor. That is why you're communicating, na? Did you get the difference between 8 and 9? Now tell me, you are a subsequent auditor and board of directors appointed you in the AGM by passing a board resolution. Are you understanding something is wrong in this sentence? You are a subsequent auditor, board of directors appointed you in the AGM by passing a board resolution. Subsequent auditors can never appoint you. Who can appoint you? Shareholders. Are you getting by passing a ordinary resolution? Again, you were appointed in compliance with 139 or in violation of 139. What you will quote? Clause 9. Did you get the point or not? So when communication is added with 139 and 140, you will quote clause number 8. When there was nothing about communication, only there is a violation of 139 and 140 while you were accepting the audit, then you will quote clause number 9. Is it clear bifurcation now? So what is explanation? What is the clause number 139? First one, say for example, you are a first auditor, BR is not passed. You are a subsequent auditor, OR is not passed. Or you are a removal, special notice, special resolution, or anything is missing. Please tell me I told you something about special notice if I am not wrong. Yesterday. Why it is called special notice? Members are removing you. Am I correct? Suppose special notice was not there. SR was not passed. Opportunity of being heard was not given. In the case of resignation, ADT 3 was not filed. So these are the compliances or non-compliances. And then you will quote clause number 9. Are you feeling too cold? इधर वाला कोई problem तो नहीं है? Sure. I can't take chances. Yesterday someone, she's just slipped, did not. She's okay. Are you fine? Pakka? Sure. Okay, I can't afford someone else to do that again. Do you want me to reduce it? हाँ हाँ तो ये भी मैं ही तुमसे पूछूं. That also I should ask you. Am I comfortable? And should I teach you or should I observe you? Please reduce a little bit. Okay. Next point. Clause number 10, everyone. What is clause number 10? अच्छा ध्यान से सुनना. What was 9? What was 4? What was 6? What was 2? Sharing. Sharing. And what was 3? Accepting. What was 7 then? And what was 8? What was 8? Non-communication with the which auditor? Previous auditor. What was 9 then? Non-compliance with? Then what was 1? Allowing someone to. क्या allowing? पूरा तो बोलो आगे और एक वो तो short form है. Allowing someone to practice in your name, on your firm's name, not being your partner, not being your employee, and not a CA in practice. Okay. Clause number 10. If you are charging to your client any fees, you offer to charge any fees, or you accept or offers to accept with respect to professional attainment, percentage of which basis? Profit basis. You are saying that okay, or second thing, on the contingent of what? Event. Say for example, you are telling your client is coming, sir, इस बार का fees कितना होगा? Profit कितना है? You are asking your client, how much is your profit? उन्होंने बोल रहा है सर 10 crore. 2%. Are you getting the point? So can you charge the fees on the percentage of profit basis? No. And say for example, client came to you and he said that, sir, my income tax assessment for 1 crore is pending in the ITAT. Please help me in representing the case. You said that if we'll win, I will get 20% fees. If we lose, I will get nothing. Please tell me what you are telling to your client. It means, is your fees certain or uncertain? It is contingent in nature. What in nature? May happen, may not happen. Are you getting the point? In both the cases, you are guilty under clause number what? 10. So what are the two things where you are guilty? If you are charging your professional fees on what two basis? Percentage of profit basis or an event which is what in nature? Contingent. In both the cases, you are guilty under clause number what? 10. But there are regulation number 192 which says that these professions may you are allowed to charge it on which basis? Percentage basis. Profession number 1, working as a what? Always remember, liquidator's remuneration is based upon the amount of realization of assets. So that is contingent. That is allowed. If you are working as an auditor of what? Anybody can tell me, intimidate me, you have done audit of cooperative society. Your fees is based upon the rank of the society. It is based upon what? Rank. Higher the rank, higher will be your audit fees. Lower the rank, lower will be your audit fees. But you will not decide which audit you will do. ROCS will give you. Registrar of Cooperative Society. Next one, if you're a valuer of what? Direct taxes. And next one, if you're a fundraise doing the which services? Fundraising services. So you are saying that I will charge as many funds are being raised. So again, it is what in nature? Contingent in nature. If you are a debt recovery services, if you are helping the company in what? Cost of suppose you reduce the 40% cost of the company's cost of production and you are saying whatever you saved on that 10% is my fees. So are you doing the fees on the basis of what? If you carefully see, you will see the same line of thread in all the points. Everywhere it is what in nature? Contingent in nature or percentage. These are the various areas where it is allowed. So remember the first 6 first. If you are working as a what? Receiver or liquidator. You are the auditor of what? Cooperative society. Valuer of what? Direct taxes, fundraising services, debt recovery services, cost optimization, MCOS. What is MCOS? If permitted by whom? Council. Specified in what? Statute. It is written in the law that you will get some percentage of fees on the basis of profit or decided by court or authority or any other services permitted by whom? Council. These are the areas, regulation number 192, where you are allowed. Otherwise, you are guilty if you are charging the fees on the percentage basis or on the basis of an event which is what in nature? Contingent. Purpose is to ensure that it is a profession, not a business, because in profession, profit is not the only sole motive. If allowed, MIP may end up compromising what? IOI. Now see, it's a very simple thing. They're trying to tell you that if they will allow you to start charging the fees on the percentage basis, what you will do? You would like your client to show the fair profits or kuncham unfair also? Because your fees will also increase on the basis of what? Profits. Are you compromising your IOI? Am I correct or not? So that's why they are saying don't charge it on profits basis and don't charge it on which basis? Contingent basis. Is it clear to all of you? 100% clarity. Tell me 10 to 1. Charging the fees on the which basis? Percentage and contingent. Non-compliance of 139, 140. Non-communication with the previous. Advertising, professional attainment. Soliciting the clients. Then securing professional work. Then entering into a partnership. You are accepting, then you are sharing, and you are allowing. Is it now the sequence is going inside your head? What is the 11th one? If you want, other than CA in practice, you can engage in other businesses and professions, but by taking the prior approval of whom? ICA. Take the prior approval of ICA. Now, when we talk about the prior approvals, there are two types of approval. One are called general permissions and one are called special permission. Now listen, general permissions are not permissions. They are already granted to you. You don't have to go to ICA and take the permission. That is what do you mean by general. For the special permission, you have to go to whom? ICA and ask the permission. Now choice is yours. There are two lists I have given. Either you focus on special and leave what? General, or you focus on what? General and leave what? Special. Now let us focus on what? Special first. Okay, I have written general, so let's focus on general. Now what is the general first one? And please tell me the other way around of that, where it is special. You want to get employed under which firm? CA firm. So you are allowed. You don't have to go to ICA. You are allowed. But if I want to get employed in any other company being a CA in practice, Can you do job and practice together? Allowed or not allowed? Not allowed, na? So in that case, I need a which permission? Special permission of whom? I say. But if I'm doing a job under a which firm? CA firm. Then there is no permission required. Right? Next one. If I'm doing a which tutorship? Private tutorship. If I'm doing the authorship in books and what? Articles. If I'm a life insurance company, insurance agency license holder, only for the purpose of what? Renewal commission. And attending the classes and exams of what? Other courses. I need not take ICA permission. Next one. I'm MP, MLA and MLC. I am doing the work for honorarium office. What do you mean by honorarium office bearer? Like, say for example, sometimes ICA invites us to take the classes. We do not charge from ICA at that point of time. That is called honorary services. Which services? Because institute has given us a lot, it's time to return it back to the institute. Heavy words today. Yes, I took so many classes in ICA, but at that point of time, ICA out of courtesy used to give us the traveling and lodging and fooding expenditures. But for the classes, we don't charge any kind of expenditure when ICA asks us to come. Generally, we say no, right? What is the next one? If you're working as a what? Notary public, magistrate or justice to peace. If you're a part-time tutorship under whom? Right or not, you don't need a special permission. Next one, you are a paper valuer, you are a paper setter, you are a moderator, head examiner of what? Any competitive exam. Next one, if you are a editorship of which journals? It means if you want to become the editor of a non-professional journal, which permission? Special permission. If you are acting as a surveyor and loss assessor, there is no problem. If you have an agricultural land and you want to get indulged in the which activity? Because that is your inherited property, you have to do that. I say says generally granted. Consultant for recovering banking sector. Not you are a recovery officer. You are a what? Do you remember in MCOS I told you? Can you be a drafter of prospectus? Or you can consult them. They can get a consultation from. Same here. You are not a recovery officer. You are a consultant for recovering in the which sector? Banking sector. If you are becoming a director in a company, not engaged as an auditor of the same company, of course, otherwise you will be disqualified under section 141 subsection 3. Do you remember which disqualification? Can you be a director or officer or employee in the company? As an auditor, are you allowed to be an officer and employee or not allowed? But here what they are saying, you are allowed to be director but not engaged as an auditor in that company. So my question is very simple. I want to become editor of non-professional journals. I want to teach somewhere else other than ICA. Special. I want to become MD in one company and there I am not an auditor. Sir, अगर MD journal में होता तो they should have written directorship and MD both. What is the word only written what? It means if you want to become into the KMP position in one company, even though you are not an auditor over there, you need to take a which permission? Special permission. Are you getting the point? I want to make a one public organization for tutorship. Public organization. मतलब full registered company only for tutorship like Unacademy, Byju's and all. And I'm a member in practice as well. Do I need to take a general permission or special? Private tutorship at home with cluster of 20-25 people. Now it is about general. I want to work under a CA firm. Any other way? I am a LIC agent. Special permission. But I am holding the LIC license only for the renewal commission purpose. General. Are you getting the point? I want to write any other competitive exam. Any permission or not required? Not required. I want to be a head examiner in UPSC exams, ICA exams. I want to give a lectureship in ICA. Somewhere else. So do you think I have taken the permission before coming here? Please tell me. Dekho, unless you are not getting caught, you are not a criminal. Am I correct or no? But nobody makes the complaint actually. To think logically, now I am teaching in ICA profession right now. ICA or somewhere else. But that will be considered under what? Private tutorship. Are you getting the point? I have to what? I have to take permission. From where? I say. Now you will tell. Sir, I'm giving you free of cost batch. Please make sure. इतना तो मुंह पे बेइज्जती मत करो. अरे मन में कर लेते अच्छा था. बताओ मुंह पे बोल रहा है सर 191 के अंदर ज्यादा स्पेशल परमिशन चाहिए. बट एक्चुअली ही इज राइट. आई नीड टू टेक अ व्हाट permission. Now, okay, now there is one question what they may ask you relating to attestation function. Can anybody tell me, if you are a lecturer, how many hours in a week you can give as an MIP being a lecturer also? Maximum 25 hours a week. अपने तो 3 days में ही हो जाएंगे. Am I correct or not? So as a lecturer, if you're working somewhere and you are also a member in practice, you are not allowed to give more than how many hours a week? 25 hours a week, right or not? You are not allowed when you are engaged in any business or profession listed other than what? Above. Same applies when it is the activity of training to what? Articles. So you are not allowed to do the which functions? Attestation functions. When you are engaged already in the any other business or profession not listed above. If you are doing attestation on the businesses which are listed what? Above, then it's okay. But not listed above, then it's okay or not okay? Not okay. Now I want to do some courses in stock market. I want to do some courses in mutual fund AMFI courses. Right or not? Am I allowed or not allowed? Doing the courses, there's no problem. But after courses, I want to practice as a broker. Pub yaad hai? Pub. Pub mein B stands for? Allowed or not allowed? Not allowed. Do the course, expand your knowledge, expand your wings, it is allowed. But not allowed to practice in the form of what? Broker. Is it clear, everyone? Or if you want to practice, no problem. Surrender your COP first. And get a what? License. Now, trading in shares and securities allowed or not? Yes. But along with the what? Special permission. Right? Now, let's move to the... now, main problem here is, sometimes students may get confused between 1 and 12 also. First read the 12 and please tell me how it is different from 1. Read the 12. Allowing other than member in practice and your what? Practicing partner to sign financial statements, balance sheets, P&L and reports on what? Financial statement. What was the exact wording in clause 1 and what is the exact wording in 12? What was in 1? Allowing someone to practice in your name, but who can practice in your name? Either your partner or a employee, but he must be a chartered accountant in. यहाँ पे employee नहीं है. Who can sign? We have learned section number 145, duty to sign the audit report. Other than you, who can sign? PP. What is PP? Practicing. It means you are allowing other than member in what? Practice and your what? Can I hire someone as a member in practice of council to sign it in my behalf? Yes, you can do outsourcing. No problem. I did the audit, but signing by somebody else. No problem. We do the outsourcing. Like say for example, there is one my client, but my ceiling limit is done. I can't do the signing. I did the audit and I shared the fees with what? Another CA in practice. He's the one, he was having unexhausted limit of ceiling limit and he is going to sign it. So I can hire another member in practice and other than me, who can sign? Practicing. But my employee is there. He's also a member in practice. My employee is there in my firm. He's also a member in practice. Can he sign on my behalf? But can he practice on my behalf? Yes. He can take up the assignments, do the things, but he can't be a which authority? Signing. So what is the difference between 1 and 12 you found? 1 may you are allowing someone to practice in your name. Here specifically they're talking about what? Signing. And what if you did this? You allowed someone. Not only you are guilty, you will also be end up paying fine, which we did in the morning session. Allowing someone else to sign, do the attestation. Minimum 5,000, maximum 1 lakh, minimum, second conviction पे 10,000 maximum, or imprisonment up to 1 year, or both. Where I told you that this is a maximum thing they are charging nowadays. Are you getting the point or not? So clause number 12 as well as the penalty, even though it is not written in clause number 12, I will suggest you, if this question will come, do mention that penalty also. It will add some additional feather to your answer. As simple as that. Is it clear? 100%? Now without 12 to 1. Okay, 1 to 12. Allowing someone to practice. Second, only one word. Sharing, accepting, partnership, securing the professional work, soliciting, advertising professional attainment, not communicating with the previous auditor, non-compliance of 139, 140, charging on the percentage of profit and contingent in nature. 11, engaging into other business and profession without taking the whose permission? Council permission. And last but not the least, allowing other than member in practice and other than your partner, practicing partner, to sign what? Financial statement, balance sheet, P&L and audit reports. Is it clear, everyone? 100% sorted. So this is called our part 1 of what? Schedule 1. So what was 711? So what was 911 then? So what was 211? Sharing. So what was 411? So what was 811? What was 1111? 1111. अरे सिंपल क्लॉज ही तो है. 11 means that you 11 means part 1 schedule 1. So that's how you remember. What is 311? X7 111 and 1211. Right now, what was clause 2 and what was clause 3? Sharing. Next 2 are over. This is for professional misconduct for members in what? Survey. That was sharing by member in practice. Here it is sharing by member in survey. Third was accepting by member in practice. This is accepting by member in service. Total 14 clauses are over. Am I correct? So tell me, what was 2 and 3 of part 1? Sharing, accepting. What is 1 and 2 of part 2? Sharing and accepting. That was for member in practice professional misconduct. This is for member in service professional misconduct. Easy to learn. Next point, part number 3. Clause 1. What is the word written? You are not a fellow, but you are acting as a what? Fellow. Read it in context with what? Section 24 in the morning session we have done. What was there? See, here they are, just leave that chart ka left side. What I told you, you are not a member, acting as a member. Am I correct? And not only acting as a member, you are also saying yourself as a chartered accountant. Leave that part, because here you are member. So you are not a fellow, but you are a what? Member. What are the two implications you can understand from this line? I am a CA, but I am not a COP holder. But to the outside world, what I am saying? I am a FCA. Am I guilty under this? Yes. I am a CA. I am a COP holder, but I have not yet completed my 5 years of practice. But still I have started using the word called what? FCA. Now also I am guilty. Did you get the point? So what are the two cases where you are guilty? Please repeat now. You are a CA. Acha, you are not at all a CA. You are telling that you are a CA as well as FCA. Then you will not quote this. Then you will quote section number 24. It means here it is implied that you are a member. But I am a member, not holding a COP, but to the outside world I am depicting myself as a FCA. Am I guilty here? So it is called what? 131. Correct? It is called 131. What is 131? Clause 1, part 3, schedule 1. Is it clear? Now, read always it in context with what? 24. Now, what is the next clause? Do you remember all the disciplinary bodies? Please repeat. DD, BOD, DC, AA. Now add 3 or 4 more. QRB. What is QRB? ICAI, Council, or any other institute of ICAI. Are you getting the point? Any of these institutes, any of these bodies have asked you some information, but you did not provide or did not supply that answers to them, replies to them. You're guilty under 231. What do you mean by that? First of all, tell me, we are doing part 2 or part 3? 3. Applicable for both of them. So say for example, Board of Discipline asked me, please tell me this information in this format. And they gave me within 21 days, we are seeking your reply. But 21 days are over, I did not reply them. Am I guilty? Yes. Where? So here you are giving a wrong reply or you are not replying at all? You are not replying at all. So you are guilty under 231. What is 231? Whom you have failed to reply? You failed to reply to whom? ICI, committees, council, DD, BOD, AA, DC and what? QRB. Any of these words you will see and you did not supply the information, you are guilty under what? 231. Is it clear? Now what is the last one? Please tell me what is 6 and 7 in part 1. And profession. You did it as per 6 and 7. So there is no problem. You are doing everything as per 6. You are doing everything as per 7 guideline. Unfortunately, the information what you gave while soliciting and information what you gave in the professional attainment, knowing it to be false, you gave that information. Matlab you did the intentional misleading or unintentional misleading. Intentional misleading. It means you are guilty under 331. It means you were soliciting under what? 6 and you were advertising under what? 7. But unfortunately providing the information knowing it to be what? False. Did you get the point? So you are guilty under 331. In total, we are done with 17 clauses. Now 17 to 1. अरे बहुत easy है. 17 to 1. Just now we have done. Compliance with 6. Compliance with 7. But providing the information knowing it to be false. Then what is 16? Failure to supply information to ICA, council, committees, QRB, AA, DD, BOD and DC. Am I correct? Okay, next one. Not a fellow, acting as a fellow. Accepting as a member in service. Sharing as a member in service. 12. Allowing someone to sign other than your partner and other than member in service. 11. Engaging in business and profession other than by being a member in practice. By without taking whose permission? Council. Then what is 10? Percentage basis and contingent. 9. Non-compliance of 139. 8. Non-communication. 7. Advertising profession. 6. Soliciting. Securing. Partnership. Accepting. Sharing. 1 to 17. And you know, fourth clause, so fourth part, to damn easy. Now listen to this. With this fourth, I will tell you how to jump into the third part of last one also. Now it's a very simple thing. You were found guilty by a which court? Civil court or criminal court for an offense which is to be served with imprisonment of not exceeding. If it is exceeding 6 months, that is the other misconduct in part 3 of schedule 2. There is only one clause there. It means up to 6 months you are covered where? Schedule 1. More than 6 months you are covered where? Schedule 2. So I was sent to the jail for 6 months by civil court in India. So that is, I am guilty under what? 1 for 1. I am guilty under 1 for 1. Clause 1, part 4, schedule 1. Am I correct? I was sent to the jail for 7 months. Clause 1, part 3, schedule 3, 132. Am I correct or not? Is it easy now? So how many clauses we are done with? 19 we are already done with. And the 20th one which is there with clause 2 here. Now see, you have done an act and that act is bringing disrespect to whom? I say council, either related to professional work or not. Can you please give me some examples of that? Asking money for giving the dummy articles. See, correct, check bounce. Non-maintenance of minimum account balance. not returning the books of accounts back to whom? Client. And say for example, eve teasing can be. You can't tell the character while looking at the person. Na? So eve teasing will come under where? If chartered accountant is found guilty of eve teasing, as a newspaper mein aaya. So you are guilty under what? Are you bringing disrespect to ICE? ICE told you to become integrity object. So you will be end up saying I was doing the eve teasing with honesty. I was impartial. I was not looking the other girl who was there with her. I was partial. My focus was straight. Are you getting the point? So remember, in these cases also, you will be what? Guilting. Any such thing which is not connected to your profession. That is the reason they are called which conducts? Other misconducts. Because they are not connected with your word, profession. In general life, you are doing something which is providing a disrespect to a being a politician. If the CA becoming a politician, is he guilty? Not a guilty, na? अच्छा मैं पूछ लेता हूं, you want to enter into politics, can you enter as an MIP? But do you have to take permission of ICA to become MP? No. Generally granted or specially granted? Okay, okay. And now you want to write member of parliament below your name. Allowed or not allowed? If you wrote you're guilty where? 7. Because 7 mein what was that? Not only advertising professional attainment, also using the designation other than chartered account. That is also covered in 7. Are you getting the point? So you have to make sure that all 34 clauses are running. As and when you see the question, pick it up and quote it. Simple. Clear? All the 19 clauses are there inside your head. Right or not? What is the 19th clause we have done now? And part 1 is over. What is the 19th clause we have done? You are what? Doing anything which is providing discredit and disrespect not only to ICA, to the council, to everyone, whether it is connected with your profession or not. Can you ask any premium from the articles to take him as an articles? Where it will be covered then? 2, 4, 1. Are you getting the point? But you were sent to the jail for 4 months? 1, 4, 1. You are not a fellow but acting as a fellow. 1, 3, 1. You were not supplying the information what they asked for. 2, 3, 1. But you failed to communicate with the previous auditor. 8, 1, 1. Am I correct or not? But you did 6 and 7, but knowing it to be false information you have given. 3, 3, 1. And you were sent to the jail for 7 months. 1, 3, 2. Am I correct? All the clauses are over. Last time, 1 to 19. Let's proceed with the second one. 1 to 19. Allowing, just simple word. Now, allowing, sharing, accepting, partnership, securing, soliciting, advertising, communicating. One word. 9, charging, non-compliance of 139. 10, charging on percentage and contingent. 11, engaging into other business and profession without taking counsel and allowing someone to sign. Then not sharing, accepting in case of member in service. Then in that case, not a fellow, acting as a fellow, not supplying the information. Then provision with 6 and 7, but giving the information knowing it to be false. Then you were guilty, held by the civil court or criminal court, and you were sent to the imprisonment not exceeding 6 months. And you are doing any work which is disrespect to the ICA council, whether it is connected with your professional work or not. Now, how you have to differentiate Schedule 1 from Schedule 2? There is one common thread I will tell you. Maybe you might not have observed it. In the Schedule 1, it was nothing connected to your practice. Schedule 1, mein, there is not even a single clause which is connected to your practice. This is something you are doing the violations. But when you will see the Schedule 2 now, you will find out that everything is connected to your what? Practice. That's why Schedule 2 is more stringent as compared to what? Schedule 1. That's why who takes care of your proceedings if it is a schedule 2 disciplinary comment, and you can see that the fines are also bigger. There it was up to 1 lakh, here it is up to 5. There it was 3 months suspension, here it can be permanent. Because that is connected with what? Practice. So how many clauses we have in part 1 now? We have total 10 clauses. How many of you remember confidentiality? Please tell me. If you know clause 1 is over, what do you mean by confidentiality? As a member in practice, do you come across so many secretive, sensitive information of your client? What is your responsibility? To keep silent or to tell to everyone? To keep silence, to keep it secretive. But you failed to keep the secret. What are the 2 circumstances under which you are allowed to open up? Either with the prior permission of client or there is a requirement of law. Now read this whole point and you will understand what they are saying. Disclosing the which information? Confidential, sensitive information relating to your client acquired during the course of what? Engagement, without obtaining whose permission? Or when there was no requirement of law or statute. In this case, what will happen is they are simply telling you, Acha, please tell me, morning we have done, under what circumstances you can break this particular provision, but you are not guilty. When there is a peer review or quality review, when you are going through what? Investigations, when there is a raid and the case itself, you are also a party to a case in the court of law. Because a simple सी बात है, till the time I am protected, I would love to protect my client. But if the things will go beyond the button and they are coming onto my face, then sorry boss, your confidential information is not that much important than my reputation. Because if the sword is hanging on my neck, I would not like it to get cut down just because I am protecting yours. What will I do by protecting if I will not be staying alive? Am I correct or not? So these are the, and one more thing, you are always protected under Evidence Act. There is one act in India called what? Evidence Act, under section number 126. Even if you have an evidence, being an advocate and being a chartered accountant, no one can force you to disclose the confidential information of your client unless you don't want, or unless these 4 situations have not come. So as a member in practice, you acquired so much sensitive and confidential information, but without taking client's permission, you spitted it out, and without there is any requirement of law, you informed it. Explanation is what? There are conditions to be satisfied in relation to this clause. First of all, take the whose permission? Primary. Shall not be the information which is already known to whom. Let's say for example, there is one information which already public knows and I said it. Am I guilty or not guilty? Because it was already known to whom? What is the next one? Permission by appropriate authority in the management of what? Client. What do you mean by that? Suppose sir is MD and she is a finance employee and there's one financial information. Whose permission I should take? A finance employee or MD's permission? Who is the appropriate person to permit me? That matters. That is called what? MD. So read this point. Permission by the which authority? Appropriate authority in the management of what? Client. Suppose he was not available. I went to you, madam, can I? So she said, okay, sir. So I said, now am I guilty or not guilty? Guilty. Because as an auditor, you should know that who is permitting you, and the person permitting you should be a which authority? Appropriate authority. And it doesn't matter whether you are the auditor or not present. What does that mean? Okay, let me ask you this question in this way. Say for example, last 2 years back, I took the retirement from my profession. 2014 May, I served one leather industry, the India's biggest leather industry. Today it was All India Leather Association ka seminar. They appointed me as a chief guest. I went over to the dais and I started speaking about the recent developments which I have seen in the last 10 years. While telling in the flow, I came across and told without any intention about my client. I did not do it knowingly. Unknowingly, I spitted out some of the sensitive information of my client whom I served in 2014. Presently, I am not the auditor. Am I guilty? I did it unknowingly. Am I guilty or not guilty? It doesn't matter. You did it knowingly or unknowingly. You are guilty. So it means, what is the meaning of this sentence? Either you are a present auditor or you are a past auditor. Does that matter or does not matter? Does not matter. So under these are the four conditions to be satisfied. Read the condition number 1. Either there should be a prior permission of client or requirement of law. Point number 2. You are not guilty if the information is already known to whom? Public. Who should be the person who should give you the permission? Any person or authorized person? Authorized. And last one, doesn't matter whether it is a present auditor or past auditor. Like barristers, attorneys, advocates and pleaders are protected under the section 126 of which act? Evidence Act. Same protection is available to members in practice when they represent their client to the authorities. But in case there are situations where the investigation on the member is going on and member is under a which proceeding? Lawful proceeding. In such case, it is expected to disclose a confidential information that does not amount to which conduct? Professional misconduct. And in relation to tax frauds, refer chapter liabilities of chapter. If you remember, अपना एक chapter है छोटा सा liabilities of auditor. उसमें we have done misstatement 34, 35 under the IT Act and under the Companies Act. In that chapter, there is one case law where the auditor told to the tax authorities that my client is doing the evasion of taxes. My question is, are you allowed? Income tax authorities raided. You were the auditor. They came to your office and you told them that your client has evaded a taxes. Are you guilty or you are not guilty? Did you understand my question? Very simple question. Raid has happened. They came across there's a tax evasion. They came to your office because you were the auditor of that year. They summoned you and you were there in front of the income tax authority. They asked you, did your client do the tax evasion? You said, yes, he did it. Are you guilty or you are not guilty? You are not guilty because right now it is a requirement of what? Law. Did you get the point? But let's say, for example, you are a statutory auditor of one company and there is a tax auditor who is someone else. Tax auditor came to your office and he said that, sir, I was filing the form number 3CA 3CD and I got to know this clause number 39 mein. I need some information. Can you please show me that information? And you said no to him. Are you guilty or not guilty? My question is, first of all, can you say no to the another professional? Allowed or not allowed? अब यहाँ पे ना ऐसे क्या करता है, ये दोनों कॉन्सेप्ट्स को मिक्स करके एक खिचड़ी वाला क्वेश्चन बनाता है. Are you getting the point? Here actually I'm talking about essay 230 now. Audit documentation. Who is the absolute owner of the working papers? In this context, if the statutory auditor is saying no to the which auditor? Tax auditor. He is not guilty. He is actually complying with what? Essay 230. That is his wish. He want to show, does not want to show. But my question is that tax audit cannot be completed without that information. Now you said no to that information. You are guilty or not guilty? Not guilty. When you are guilty? When you are guilty? When you are disclosing or not disclosing? Disclosing. Are you disclosing or not disclosing? तो उस टाइम पे पता क्या दिमाग अपना कहता है, गिल्टी नॉट गिल्टी. किरण लव करती है नहीं करती, और लेकिन ना गुलाब का फूल. तो that thing is not, should not come, because that is clear cut not a question of PM. It's a clear cut question of compliance of what? PET standards, professional, ethical and technical standards. Did you get the point, everyone? Now, what is the clause number 2? Acha, can I quote clause number 7 here? Suppose by mistake you disclose a confidential information. Are you gross negligent? So always remember, in all the clauses 1 to 10, 1 with 7, 2 with 7, 3 with 7, 4 with 7, 5, 6, 7 is 7, 8 with 7, 9 with 7, 10 with 7. 7 can come everywhere. What is 7? Gross negligence. So 7 you already know now. Okay, let's do the second one. What is the second one? Suppose you took some audit assignment. Which assignment? Audit. Neither you examined, nor your partner examined, nor your employee examined, nor any other member in practice examined, but you signed the audit report. Did you understand? When do we sign the audit report? Before examination or after examination? But none of you examined. Neither you examined, nor your partner, nor your employee, and nor any other member in practice. But you still signed the which report? audit report. You are guilty under clause 2. Did you get the point? Read the clause 2, please. Allowing your name and your what? Firm's name while issuing the certificate or report on examination of what? Financial, which is neither examined by member nor by his partner nor by his employee or any other member in. So that is a clear-cut case of gross negligence, as well as 2 and 7. What are the clauses you will enter? 2 and 7. This clause deals with the negligence on the part of the MIT to allow the use of the firm's name. It's like simple thing. Somebody else has done, nobody has done the audit. Client came, sir, I want an audit report. 2 minutes रुको sir. ऐसा करके you give the audit report. Are you understanding? Is it guilty or not guilty? Guilty. Arey, at least take 2 days, 20 days, 10 days, 5 days to first examine and then you give the which report. It means you are guilty under 2 as well as what? 7. Why 2? Because it is written here. Why 7? Gross negligence. You should not do that. Your profession does not teach you to give the audit report without examination of financials. Am I correct? So tell me, what was the first one? Breaking confidentiality. What is the second one? Issuing a report or certificate with examination or without. Who has not done an examination? Neither you nor your partner. Sir, if any of them has also done that, then also it is fine. But none of the 4 people do. Neither you, your partner, your employee or any other MIB. Achha, third, please tell me, what do you mean by project report? What do you understand by project report? Why do we call a project report a project report? It shows the projections of the future. Am I correct? Future is certain or uncertain? Okay. A client came to me and he said that, sir, I want a project report because I'm applying for 10 crores of CC limit to one of the bank. मैंने कहा, okay, sir. So last 5 years information was given. Current year information is also given and I drafted next 5 years ka projection. Below I write, right, I guarantee that this company will definitely achieve this target of sales by 2027. Are you vouching the accuracy of the forecast? Are you vouching? Am I vouching right now? Yes. But is it allowed? No. You can't vouch the accuracy of forecasted figures. Whenever you get engaged in any projection based assignment, you have to mention 3 things. Point number 1, what are my assumptions? What is the point number 1? What are my assumptions? What are the basis of my assumptions? And what is my source of information? Without these 3 things mentioned in your report, you should never sign estimate based or projection based figures. It means if you are doing that, you are guilty under 3. Did you get the point? Read the point number 3, everyone. Read it. Permitting members or firm's name in connection with what? Forecasted earnings of an entity to be based upon what? Future contingent financial transaction and giving impression as member is vouching the accuracy of what? Can you tell that future is certain or uncertain? Then how can you vouch the accuracy of forecasted figures? How you can say that? I am not saying कि it is great. Acha, what if I'll write the report like this? According to my opinion and the assumptions I have made, the basis of my assumptions were following, and this is my source of information. Now I can assure the bank that client may achieve these forecasted figures in the future. Please grant a loan. Ab batao. Then I signed it. Now I am guilty or not guilty? So what are the 3 things you must mention? Assumptions, basis of assumptions, basis of assumption and sources of info. Now see, it is expected that while preparation of forecast, member is expected to make disclosure of sources, assumption and basis of forecast in his which report? Project report. It is also being provided as per SA AE 3400 while dealing with the project reports and forecast statement. You don't have to understand this part because that is beyond your capacity. It is SAEs, standards on assurance engagements. Is it clear? So point number 1, 2, 3 mein what is a common thing? Gross negligence. It means 3 and 7 both can come. Tell me, what was 1? Confidentiality. 2, certifying reporting without examination. 3, vouching accuracy of forecasted figures. Are you getting the point? And what is 4? You are expressing an opinion on financial statements of an entity where you or your partner or your firm or your relative is substantially interested. What do you mean by substantially interested? Having at least 20% control over the organization. Now, generally, though, we are disqualified. But let's say, for example, my wife is holding 20% shares in one company and I'm the auditor of that company. If they will give you this figure, its face value is 1,50,000. So then you will write the Companies Act wala question. Am I correct? But if they will write she is having 20% control over the company, and you still express the opinion on the financial statements of that company where relative is having a substantial interest, then in that case, 412. What is 412? Clause 4, Part 1, Schedule 2. So what are the 4 people who should not have substantial interest? Neither you, nor your partner, nor the firm. Relative word is not written in the clause. You have to add it over there. It is also included. Am I correct? There are some questions. Relative case may be you are guilty under 412. Is it clear? I know that why you was raising the eyebrows when I was telling this relative word, because I know this. So right now what I am telling you is, yes, I say makes you guilty under 412 if the relative is also having a which interest? Substantial interest. So please tell me what is the 1, 2, 3, 4 now. Confidentiality broken. Issued report without examination. Vouching the accuracy of what? Forgot. What is a common thing is not gross negligence now. What is a common thing? All are connected with your practice. During the practice, you broke the confidentiality. During the practice, you signed it. It is a practice work that you should not forecast, you should not vouch accuracy. It is your practice that you should not express the opinion where your anybody is substantially interested. Now 5 and 6, like 6 and 7. 5 and 6. Now see, listen. 5. Failed to disclose material facts. Repeat after me. And 6. Failed to report material misstatement. दोनों में difference बताओ. Failed to disclose material facts. Failed to report material misstatement. What is the difference between the two? Material fact is material misstatement, or material fact means significant finding. Material misstatement is either a fraud or error. So here 5 mein we are not talking about any fraud and error. There was an important fact which you knew, but as an auditor you should have disclosed, but you failed to what? Disclose. And there is a fraud and error which you knew, but you failed to what? Report. Then you are guilty under 6. So when you are guilty under 5, words are very important. Known to you. What is the main word is? In both the things, known to you. But here what you are failing to disclose? Material facts. Here what you are failing to disclose? Material. Here you are failing to disclose. Here you are failing to report. Disclose, report, material, information, material, misstatement. Both the common thing is what? Known to you. Did you get the point? Had you disclosed it, whether your opinion could have been changed, whether the user's decision could have been changed, but you didn't do it, it means again you are gross negligent. 5, 7 and 6 and 7. So from 1 to 6, did you understand why 7 is coming everywhere? You broke the confidentiality, gross negligent. Second one, you gave the report without doing examination, gross negligence. Third, vouching the accuracy, gross negligence. 4, you are expressing an opinion on financial statement where any of the someone is what? Substantially gross negligence. You fail to disclose, gross negligence. Fail to report material misstatement, gross negligence. And 7 itself is what? Gross negligence. Am I correct? Now, point number 4, I already told you. What is point number 5 and 6? You can see the difference between the two. Failed to disclose material facts, but here failed to report material misstatement. In both the thing, common thing is known to him, known to him. In the financial statement, in your report. Have you been reported this material misstatement? It could have negated your what? Opinion. Change your what? Opinion. Observation. What is observation? Clause 5 focuses on material facts and 6 on what? Wherever the clause 6 shall come, clause 5 will also be accompanied with what? Clause 6. It means which clause can come alone? and which will always come in company. 5 and 6. 6 alone can come? No. If the question is relating to 6, better to mandatorily quote what? 5. Because material misstatement itself is a material word. Fact. Are you getting the point? Right. Okay. Now, clause number 7, please. Fails to be diligent. That is, carried out this professional work in a which manner? Gross negligent manner. So, 7 itself is 7. Am I correct? So, 1 to 7, please. Confidentiality, giving the opinion and reporting without examination, vouching the accuracy of forecast, expressing the opinion on substantially interested entity, fails to disclose material facts, fails to report material misstatement, and gross negligence. 8. 8 is SAAE. Sufficient and appropriate audit evidence. What is the major base of our expression of opinion? SAE. On the basis of it, conclusion. On the basis of which, opinion. But you don't have an evidence, but you're still expressing what? Opinion. Then in that case, are you departing from your main course of action or not? Yes. It means you are unable to substantiate your particular opinion on the basis of any kind of evidence. So read the point. Fails to obtain sufficient information required to do what? Explain. But here is, you might be thinking, sir, it can be disclaimer also. That is a confusion will come. I know when the examination mein question comes na, then unnecessary horses which are sleeping right now in your brain will wake up suddenly. And they will start running. Am I correct na? Saste nashe kare hote. Did you get the point? Then you, are yaar, disclaimer bhi do. So why should I? Disclaimer means when you asked and they did not provide and it was non-available to you. Here, you yourself did not obtain when you had an opportunity to get it. Did you get the point? Available and you are not getting it, that means you are gross negligent, na? Then you are guilty of professional misconduct. If there is a possible, you tried alternative number A, B, C, D, and you are not getting the evidence with your available efforts, then in that case you can call it as what? Disclaimer. But here it is a case of disclaimer, or is it a case of negligence? There was an evidence, but you are ignoring it. You are not obtaining it. You are just simply doing the audit or doing the assignment. It means you are guilty under what? 8. Is it clear? When you are guilty under 9, if you remember, I told you yesterday that peer review is the one of the concept which will also be getting or going to be connected in professional ethics. Actually, most of the students fail to understand, but one of this question is given in some of the RTBs. I don't know, remember the exact RTB, but they are given one question. What is that question? If there is a firm which has received a modified peer review certificate, is it guilty under professional code of ethics? You know, this question has been asked. And there was a very beautiful connection what the ICAT tried to make it to make you understand. Actually, kya hai? We only do the things which are given in the illustrations given in the ICA material. Or maximum, I am also telling the same thing. But you never know, some over creative minds can create this kind of question. Are you getting the point? Ab see, what do you mean by modified peer review certificate? It means peer reviewer was satisfied with your documentation or dissatisfied. Are you following PET standards or not following? Read the clause number 9. You are guilty. What is clause number 9? Read it. Fails to invite attention on material departure done by him from generally accepted auditing procedures which may negate his word opinion. Let's say, for example, peer reviewer came to your organization. He was checking your documentation. Am I correct or not? Please tell me, what is your last option when you don't get the evidences at all? WRL. What is WRL? Written representation letter. Sometimes when you do not get the evidence, something is better than nothing. You take the WRL. But he found so many places where you could have obtained WRL, but you did not take the effort. What does that show? That shows negligence, and that shows you are going away from your PET. Professional ethical, technical standard. Whereas the 580 clearly says that you should always get what? WRL in such situation. At least some evidence should be there. Am I correct or not? Ab connect this thing. Peer reviewer gave you the which certificate then? Modified. Why he gave you the modified? Because you are deviating from what you are supposed to do. जैसे accounting में gap होता है, वैसे अपने auditing में GAS होता है. What is GAS? Generally accepted auditing standards or auditing practices. GAP भी बोल सकते हैं. But you were supposed to do, but you did not do it. That means you are guilty under what? Clause 9. So peer reviewer giving you the modified peer review certificate is an indication of guilty of professional misconduct under what? Clause number 9. आगे Part 1 Schedule 2. ये हमेशा याद रखना. हो सकता है कि peer review का point they may connected here. I think you might have heard this example for the first time. Am I correct or not? So, but peer review modified certificate is a clear-cut example of clause number 9. So you never know from where. Then you will be, confused. Should I write the answer as per peer review, or should I write professional ethics? So that is what they sometimes make a khichdi out of it. But yes, you will definitely find some what connection. Is it clear? But until and unless I could not have told you this way to connect this answer, no one could have imagined that it can be a guilty under what? Point number 9. Then you will be thinking, by mistake, I say might have written professional misconduct. It is a clear-cut case of other misconduct. But actually, it is a case of what? Professional misconduct. And what is the clause number 10, please? Fails to keep whose money? Client's money. In a which account? Dekho sir, it's a very general practice. Sometimes the client is too busy in doing the things that he sometimes asks his auditor to take care of the payments. So say for example, my client went on to have some important meeting and he paid me some 20-30 lakh rupees and said that Rohit, coming 1 month or 15 days may we have to make a payment. Please manage it. I am going out of the country and please make the payment on my behalf. Now, please tell me, is it my long duration obligation or very short duration? You need not keep this money in a separate bank account. Am I correct? What if the money is required to be paid after 9 months? Is it a smaller duration or longer duration? You have to open a separate bank account and keep your client's money in that case. Point number 1. Point number 2. If the client has given you the money as your advance remuneration, which remuneration? You need not keep it in a separate bank account. That itself is your money only. So if the amount of money is required to be spent in a shorter period of time, you need not keep it. And if it is your advance remuneration, you need not keep it. Otherwise, if you are not keeping your client's money in a separate bank account, you are guilty under what? 10(1)(2). Did you get the point? Why you are guilty now? Achha, what is the reason behind that? Why they are focusing on separate bank account? Huh? Using for own purpose, and the income what you will get on keeping the money in your savings bank account, that income does not belong to you actually. It belongs to whom? Client. मान लो 1 CR दे दिया सर, 1 CR के ऊपर 3.5% के हिसाब से अगर सेविंग्स बैंक इंटरेस्ट भी आ जाए तो it would be 3.5 lakhs. So that is your money for 1 year, or it is your client's money. So it is his income. You should not be enjoying the client's money for your own personal purpose or for enjoying the benefits out of it. So did you understand 1 to 10? And now common thing is what? It is connected with your practice. It happens. 9th one is practice. 8th one is practice. Did you get the point? Now tell me 10 to 1. Fails to keep the client's money in which bank account? Separate bank account. 9. You are getting departure from your gaps. What is gap? Generally accepted auditing. 8. You are unable to express an opinion. You are expressing an opinion without obtaining what? Sufficient and appropriate audit evidence. 7. Your gross negligence. 6. Fails to report material misstatement. What is 5? Fails to disclose material facts. What is 4? Expressing the opinion in an entity in which you, your partner or the firm is substantially interested. Vouching the accuracy of the projected and forecast figures. And what is the second one? Expressing the issuing the report and certificate without doing the examination. And what is the first one? Did you get the point? Ab the 1 to 29. Our journey is going to get over. Another 4. Please tell me. 1 to 29. Allowing, sharing, accepting, partnership, securing professional work, soliciting, advertising, non-communicating, right? Non-compliance of 139, 140, charging the fees, engaging into another business and profession, allowing someone to sign, sharing, accepting, in case of member in service, not a fellow, acting as a fellow, non-supply of information. 6 and 7 compliance, but giving the information knowing it to be false. Then you are guilty under civil court or criminal court and imprisoned for not more than 6 months. Then you are doing anything which is bringing disrespect to the profession, broke the confidentiality. Second one, issued report or certificate without examination. Third one, vouching the accuracy of forecasted figures. Fourth one, expressing the opinion on substantially interested entity. Fifth one, then fails to disclose the material information, fails to report material misstatement, gross negligence, non-availability of SAAE, and departure from gaps, and failed to keep the client's money in a separate bank account. Clause part number 2, professional misconduct in relation to members in practice and members in service. Point number 1 is very simple. What are the things we have done so far in this act? Did we do some sections? Yes. Did we do some clauses? Did you do some council provisions also? Yes. You do anything which is in the violation of any section of this act, any provision of this act, any guideline of this act, or any what? Regulation prescribed by whom? Council. From time to time. You are guilty under what? 212. Sorry. 122. 122. Right or not? What is 122? Clause 1, part 2, schedule 2. It means what are you violating? 4 things. What are the 4 things you're violating? Acha, can you stop the stipend of your client? Of your audit assistants? Will you get guilty under 2 of 4 of schedule 1? Or will you be guilty under this? You stopped paying the stipend to your article assistant. One to two or 241. Is this a disrespecting thing to I say? Or is this a violation of regulation? Because paying the stipend on time is your what? Regulation. Acha, you are not a member but falsely claiming to be a member. Now tell me under guilty wala concept. Is it other misconduct? Or is it again you are violating this section? You are again violating what? This section. You did not keep the second chartered accountant. Your office is 60 kilometers away from your first office. Now tell me, you're guilty under 241 or you're guilty under 122? 122. Any section you violate, any provision you violate, any guideline you violate, or any what? Regulation, you will be guilty under 122. Is it clear, everyone? Yes or no? Next one. Acha. What is the clause 1 of part 1 of schedule 2? Who broke it? Member in practice or member in service? And when the member in service does it, that is clause 2. Did you get the point? Connection samajh mein aaya? When the member in practice breaks the confidentiality, that is what? Clause 1 of part 1 of schedule 2. But what the same thing is done by whom? Member in service. It means breaking the confidentiality of his employer. Then in that case, you are guilty under what? 222. 222. Am I correct? Now, what was clause number 2 in the part 3 of schedule 1? Not supplying the information. Here you are supplying the information to those 8 authorities, but knowing it to be false. When you are not supplying, where you are guilty? 231. When you are supplying but knowing it to be false? 322. Is it clear? Now tell me, what are the 3 clauses in this we have done? Hello, idhar. Tell me, what is clause 1? Green t-shirt. और तू नहीं पहनी है green, color blindness. Tell me. अरे चपंडी सर. Correct बोला मैं. What if I'll say chapo? One of the same thing. That is slang. Am I correct? Same copy paste. Chapandi. अरे part 2 के all the 3 clauses what we have done so far. Violation of section, provision, regulation. Second, broken the confidentiality. By whom? Member in service. Third, supplied the information but knowing it to be false. When you do not supply, you are guilty under Schedule 1. But when you supply knowing it to be false, you are guilty under Schedule 2. What was the 10th of previous part? Failed to keep the whose money? That was on the failure. But here you are misusing, defalcation and embezzlement. What are the 3 words you are doing? Fourth one, read it. Defalcates, embezzles the money received in the which capacity? Professional capacity. But if you fail to keep it in a separate bank account, 10. But if you are misusing it, embezzling it, stealing that money, then in that case, 4. Tell me 1, 2, 3, 4 of part 2. Violating section, provision, regulation. Second, confidentiality broken by member in service. Third, giving the information but knowing it to be false. And fourth one, embezzlement and defalcation. And last one you already know. Imprisonment for more than what? 6 months. అయిపోయింది all 34. Please tell me all 34. अरे हाँ क्या you have to, you know that I won't leave you. First one, देखो I know that you can do, you didn't know that you can do, I knew it. Correct है नहीं है? I knew it, you can do it, but you didn't have the confidence. 34, who will keep that even? Like Karaway did it. Now we are doing it, and I told you everything before starting of the topic only. I'll make you do, and you will do. Point number 1, please. सांस नहीं लेना है, एक ही सांस में, breathless. Point number 1, share. अच्छा, allowing, sharing, accepting, partnership, securing. Next, soliciting, advertisement, non-communicating. 139, 140. Charging the fees. Then permission from ICI, allowing anyone to sign, sharing, accepting, member in service. Next one, not a fellow, acting as a fellow, non-supply of information. 6 and 7, but knowing it to be false. Then criminal or civil court is putting you under the imprisonment for not exceeding 6 months. Doing anything which is disrespecting, I say, breaking confidentiality by MIP. Issuing the report or certificate without examination, vouching the accuracy of word, forecasted figure, expressing the opinion on substantially interested entity, fails to disclose material information, fails to report material misstatement, then gross negligence, fails to obtain the SAAE, and you are departing away from the gaps, and fails to keep the client's money in a separate bank account, violating the section, provision, regulation of this act and this particular code of ethics. Next one, breaking the confidentiality by member in service. You are providing the information knowing it to be false. Defalcation and embezzlement. And civil and court imprisonment exceeding 6 months. Correct है? 15 minutes का break ले लो. Come back. Huh? Don't want break? I thought you are too interested, eh? Okay, take a break. So all the 34 clauses are over. 100%. Now 3 o'clock also, if I'll shake you up, will you be able to tell me what is 811? Tell me then. 811, non-communicating. And what is 431? There is no 431. There is a 432. There is a 432. Correct है नहीं है? There is no 432 also, ma. There is no 4-3. 3 में only 1 is there, na? So don't learn like that. Learn it in sequence only, because there is no shortcut to the hard work. Are you getting the point? All 34 you know in sequence, na? Just pack it and store it. Okay? Go outside and come by 5:20. Do you want half an hour break, or 1 break of half an hour, or 2 breaks of 15 minutes? Because if I'll give you 2 breaks of 15 minutes, you're very shana fellows. You will take 20 and 20. That will become what? 40. Half an hour mein at least you can come within what? Half an hour. So you want a half an hour break right now? 2 half an hour. And let me go, you only come and teach that. Huh? Half an hour? एक काम करो, do one thing. What is the time right now? 5:10 right now, na? Come back by 5:45. Take 35 minutes break, but don't ask anything else later on. Then continues up to 8:30. Till the time peer review is not getting over, I will not give you any 5 to 10 minutes of break. Because now I think we are 1 hour ahead. We took the target as what? 6. Let me see if any other provisions are there. I'll compile up and will tell you. But major portion is over. Morning we started with NOCLAR as well. Overview of the new professional ethics I told you, and old one we have already done. Maybe here and there some council guidelines are there that I will tell you. Okay, take a break and come back please. Of council guidelines. Let's evaluate this particular topic and then immediately we'll start with the peer review, main topic. Okay. Now, see, we are done with the section part, we are done with the NOCLAR part, we are done with the overview of new code of ethics, we are done with the full professional ethics code of things, everything we are done with. Just some self-regulatory measures and just some council guidelines, extra things which you need to understand may come in the examination in the form of what? MCQs. Shall we start now? Okay. Now read the first one. Tenders wala point you already know. What are the tenders? Wala point me I told you where the audit fees is prescribed. You should reply or you should not reply. Reply. And where the audit fees is not prescribed, you should or should not reply. Should not reply. That was the same point of the tender which has been exclusively given for what? Chartered accountant. Are you getting the point? It means this is a further extension to the point which we have already done. Remember the point what we have done already. What was that point? Tenders which are open for what? All professionals. You can reply because the audit fees is prescribed. But where we should not reply? Only for chartered accountants may. But only for chartered accountants may also there is a thing where you can what? Reply. Where what is mentioned? Did you get the clarification? Where is that fellow now? Did you get the clarification now? Are you getting the point? So see, normal only open for chartered accountants may when you can reply if the audit fees is what? Now, due to the prescription of audit fees in the particular tender, now there is no fight between the chartered accountants in relation to what? Fees. Because now you already know that this is the minimum fees you are going to get. Are you getting the point? But what if the fees is not prescribed? Then in that case, you should or you should not respond. Should not respond. What is UDIN everyone? That you already know from 1st July 2019 onwards, whatever the documents you attest or report or any kind of statement you make, you always have to express your UDIN number. Now, UDIN number, why it has been introduced in the ICA profession to curb what? Malpractice. Let me tell you one thing what used to happen earlier. There was some of the chartered accountants actually who are working in a job, but at the same point of time, they are also holding the COP. And there are some illegal, unethical things are happening in India. Till the time you are not being caught, there is no problem at all. Am I correct or not? What do they do is, they get some association with the partnership firms and they give their stamps to them and they give their signed stamps to them. Am I correct or not? They are not actually involved in the audit, but their signatures are being used in the form of which limit? ceiling limit. Am I correct or not? To curb those kind of practices, what they said that ki now you are the one how to make sure that ki you are not getting involved into any misleading projects or malpractices. They introduce the concept of what? UDIN. Now, whatever the document you have to mention, the OTP will come on your phone number. You will have to share that OTP. Then UDIN will come on your phone number and email. That UDIN has to be specified on a document number. If I remember, yesterday I shown you the report also. In the audit report, did you remember last May UDIN number was given? So what was the basic purpose behind the UDIN? To curb the what? Malpractices, to eradicate the practice of bogus what? Certificates, and to save the regulations from being what? Misled. Where it is mandatorily required, it is required on where? Certificates, GST attestations, tax audits, and what? Other attestation. But slowly it is coming, because I say can't tell you immediately the list of all those documents where the UDIN is to be given. It will come in a phased manner. What do you mean by phased manner? Is slowly. Some documents they told and then they will notify more. Am I correct? So on certificates it is notified from 1st September 2019. On GST tax audits it is notified from 1st April 2019. And on other audit assignment attestations it is offered from 1st July 2019. Officially it was declared about the UDIN on which date? 1st July 2019. This is the main date you have to remember. Now CCOP wala concept I already told you. What is CCOP? Corporate Certificate of Practice. When you have to hold it when you want to make an MCC company. What is MCC? Management Consultancy Company. But I already told you what practices you can't do in MCC. You can't do the audit functions. Other than audit functions, you can do MCOS services. Actually, MCC you are opening only for the purpose of what? MCOS services. Where you can provide HR services, then planning services, all those environmental energy audit, all those which we have done in the morning session, right? Council decided to allow the MIPs to hold the offices of MDs, managers in the what? Body corporates, provided they shall incorporate that body corporate in the form of what? MCC. What is the full form of MCC? Is what? Management Consultancy Services. So they can only provide the which services? MCOS. Members can retain the full-time COP even being the MD, WTD manager of such what? MCC. It means you can become a partner in one firm and at the same point of time you can become a WTD. What is WTD? Whole-time director or MD in your what? MCC. Because why the both things are allowed to you parallelly? Because in being a firm you are doing the auditing services here, and other than auditing services you can do it in what? MCC. Next one, no restriction on the quantum of what? Equity. So there is no 5%, 10%, 20%, 30% requirement. As much you want, you can hold the equity in your MCC. Next one, name of the MCC shall be approved by whom and to be registered with? अरे यहाँ से याद है networking में we did ना form number ABCD we did. What is form number A? Name reservation. What is form number B? Incorporation. What is form number C? Change. And what is D? If we are getting arrangements with the. Okay. Now on cautious basis, no audit services allowed in the which form? Rule number 1. Once registered with ISA, if any individual sole proprietor partnership or LLP is a statutory auditor of an entity, MCC shall not accept even internal audit and other audits of that particular firm. What do you mean by that? What does that mean? Read the point again. If an individual SP or partnership firm or LLP is a statutory auditor of an entity, shall accept or shall not accept? Which audit? Internal audit for that firm. What does that mean? See, it's a very simple. You are an external auditor and you can't be the internal auditor. Even though your external audit firm is your normal partnership firm or LLP. And you are already an MD in what? MCC. MCC should not take the which assignment? Internal. Because there is a link called common partner. You are a member in MCC and you are a partner in a firm. Allowed or not allowed? Not allowed. Next one, MCC shall comply with the clause number 6 and 7. What is that? So just because you are a company, it doesn't mean that you will go away from the professional ethic. Clause 6 and 7 will be equally applicable to you. What is the 6? Solicitation. Then what is 7? Then object shall engage only in the MCOS services as per section 2 subsection 2 shall give undertaking for the same. And this is what the write-up guidelines I told you. I forgot that I have written it at the later stage. So these are the guidelines. You can see that. Make sure that these are the conditions to be fulfilled while giving the write-ups. Do you remember write-ups where we have done? Clause number 7. Write-ups guidelines comes under clause number 7. Website guideline comes under clause number 6. So write-ups may make sure that your write-up should be honest and what? Truthful. No exaggeration. No comparison to what? Others. Because if you're comparing to others, it means you are degrading what? Others. Should not contain any kind of what? वो websites पे होता ना, what our customers have to say, or below that they will put a picture and in inverted commas their testimony. That is allowed or not allowed? Not allowed. No achievements, no awards. Awards given by central government, state government, regulatory authority. Normally you cannot say that I'm an expert in law, I'm an expert in taxation, I received the best taxation accountant or cost accountant in this world and all those things. But yes, if you were awarded by what? Central government, state government, or which authority? Regulatory authority, then it is what? Allowed. No monogram, no catchy words. What do you mean by catchy words? Come and you won't leave. Empty-handed. Come to our office, but you won't leave without getting your work done. And don't think otherwise. Okay. Now, membership number and FRN. What is FRN, everyone? Form registration number, mandatory. Font size should be maximum what? 14. And shall not be against the Code of Ethics and Chartered Accountants Act 1949. And if you are giving the write-ups for your members, these are the things allowed. If you are giving the write-ups for your firms, these things are allowed. What is required for the members? What you can give: name, membership number, age, date of becoming ACA, date of becoming FCA, date of holding a COP, recognized qualification, languages known, telephone, mobile, fax number, professional address, website, email, CA logo, which size photo, passport size, details of your employees, CAs, other professionals, articles, audit clerks and other employees, name of the employees and their what? Particulars. That what is here, it is same as here, and it is also equivalent when you are giving the write-ups for your firm. Services provided, same applicable here, and position held as a director, MD in which one? MCC. That also you can disclose in your write-ups. But you have seen that nowhere it is a pull or push technology written over here. Why? These are website guidelines or write-up guidelines. Write-up is given on a simple piece of paper. It is not a website related thing. And same thing if you are giving the write-ups for your what? Forms. What is allowed? Name of the form, form registration number, year of what. So it's better to make a website or better to have a write-up. At least someone will come to know that since when you are working. Am I correct? Next one, professional address, head office as well as what? Branches, working hours, telephone, mobile, fax, email, number of partners, name of the proprietary partners and their particulars with a passport size photo and CA logo and details of what? Employee. Whatever is applicable here, same applies here, same applies here, and services provided also same applies here. Now, in case MIP is a partner in which firms? Multiple firms. There is no prohibition on having a common letterhead stationery indicating the association with the firms. Can anybody make me understand this note? What is being given? Ki you are a member in service or member in practice, and I am a member in 3 firms. Can I have a common letterhead where I am writing I'm a partner here, partner here, partner here? Or do I have, or should I have the 3 separate stationaries? You are saying separate, but what is written? Read Amma. In case MIP is a partner in multiple firms, there is no prohibition on having a common letterhead, common stationery indicating the association with the firms. So there is no harm. Can I write I am a network firm of EY? Can I mention in my stationery items? See, CA Rohit Grover, Chartered Accountant, partner in PQR, partner in ABR, partner in XYR, and network firm of EY. Can I mention that on a single letterhead? Yes, no problem. So if you are associated with the multiple firms, there is no problem if you have a common stationery items. Am I correct? What are the other guidelines? These are known as self-regulatory measures. In tax audit, can you please tell me what is your tax audit limit? But that 60 does not include these. What are these? So you should know that. What are the names? And ADA and what? AE. So it is included in 60 or not included in 60? But can one partner sign all tax audits? Sure. So it means there are 10 partners, all are practicing CA. 600 is the limit. Single person can do 600 signature. Yes or no? Yes. Same like ceiling limit of company. Books of accounts of the CA firm. These are the two mandatory books you always have to maintain. What are the two? Ledgers of the client and cash book. MIP will be held guilty of professional misconduct if he accepts the statutory audit of a PSU listed entity government. Actually, this is what we have done in the morning one session. Do you remember PIE? PIE may what I told you. What is the limit? If you are getting out of your aggregate, if more than or equals to 20% is coming from PIE, do you have to disclose it to whom? I say, if you are receiving this continuously for what? 2 years. But this is also similar to that provision, but little bit different. Now they are saying that if a member in practice will be held guilty of professional misconduct if he accepts the statutory audit of a PSU listed government and a public company with turnover of greater than equals to 50 crores, if in the same undertaking the firm has provided other services, that is MCOS, for a remuneration exceeding the what? Statutory audit. Dekho, in our profession na, we always keep statutory audit as the main chartered accountant's work. Make sure that they are not telling you that ki you can't provide these services. They are saying that do MCOS and do statutory audit also, but your statutory audit fees should always be more than what? MCOS. If your MCOS fees is more than what? Statutory audit, and you accepted the statutory audit at which fees? Lower fees, you are guilty. Did you get the point? Now what is the ICA's intention? Simple intention, one liner. Looking at this whole, what should be more than what? Either it should be equal or statutory audit should be what? More. Statutory audit fees shall not be lower than what? MCOS fees. Now read this point. First of all, I will ask you two questions. Try to give me the answer. In one company, I am doing the statutory audit. That is a PSU. What is PSU? Public sector. So it is covered here. I am taking 80 lakhs as a statutory audit fees. Can I do the MCOS services in the same company or not? No. Morning we have done. Under what circumstances you are not allowed to provide MCOS service in the same organization? If you are working as a which auditor? Statutory auditor. Are you getting the point? But what they are trying to tell you is that suppose this is BHEL, one PSU, and this is ONGC, another PSU. Almost they are same in the undertaking. Are you getting the point? Here I am doing statutory audit. Can I do the MCOS services here? Here I am doing statutory audit. Am I doing the MCOS services here? Okay, let me make it more better example. This is BSNL and this is Airtel company. This is BSNL and this is what? Airtel. You know why I took this example? They both belong to the same industry. It is PSU. I am doing the statutory audit of BSNL at the rate of 80 lakhs. Am I correct? I am giving the MCOS services in Airtel and here I am charging 1 CR. Allowed or not allowed? Akka. Why not allowed? This fees is why you are comparing now this 1 crore with 80 lakhs. They are in the which industry? Same industry. In the similar industry, in the similar PSU, if you are providing the MCOS services, your MCOS services ka fees shall not be more than your what? Statutory audit fees. Let's say for example, चलो एक और एग्जांपल ले लेते हैं. This is Bharti Airtel and this is Jio Communications. Let's not include government into it. Both are government or non-government entities? Non-government. But are they both belong to the same entity? Almost they are same. I am doing statutory audit here. I am doing MCOS here. Can I provide? First of all, tell me yes or no. Not in the same company, different companies. Here I am charging 1 CR. Here I am charging 1.5 CR for MCOS. Now also allowed or not allowed? Not allowed. Make sure that in the same industry of PSUs, in the same industries of listed, in the same industries of government, in the same industries of unlisted public company whose turnover is greater than equals to what? 50 crores. If you are doing the audit of two similar industries, make sure your MCOS ka fees shall not be more than what your statutory audit fees. You should always give the more priority to whom? क्योंकि what came in existence first for our profession? Statutory audit. MCC तो recently has been added, na? Maybe 10-15 years back, not more older than that. So what should be given the priority? Statutory audit over what? MCOS. Is it clear? Next point, branch audits. What they are saying that a firm of 10 or more partners shall not have any objection if the branch audit have been allotted to a local statutory auditors having less than what? 10 partners. They are saying that you grow, you allow someone to grow. Are you understanding the point? You grow, but also allow what? Someone to grow. Let's say, for example, I am a firm with 11 partners. How many partners? 11. But I'm a head office auditor. Which auditor? So company told that, Rohit, would you like to do the branch audits also? We have 2 more branches. So I will definitely say what? Yes. But they said that, Rohit, do you mind if we'll give this branch audits to the another statutory audit firm having less than 10 partners? Should I have any objection or no objection? No objection. Bigger firm should always make a way for the which firms? Smaller firms. So what they are saying, read the sentence again. A firm with how many partners shall not have any objection if the branch audits have been allotted to what? Local statutory audit firms having less than what? 10 partners. But it shall not restrict the rights of the what? Head office auditor. Cases where they may object. Under what circumstances I may object as a head office auditor? Point number 1, where such branch is a which branch? Tell me one thing, what do you mean by dependent branch? This is branch 1, this is branch 2. These 2 audits, they want to give it to the local auditor who is having 7 partners. I'm having 11 partners. First of all, should I have any objection? No. Should I allow the small firms to grow? Yes. Now my question is, under what circumstances I may raise the objection? If this branch is a which branch? It means it's all books of accounts and financial statement. Who is preparing? Head office. So it means if I'm already auditor of head office, it means this branch is automatically covered or not. So I should allow now in this case, or I may raise the objection. And what is the second case? Where branch is a major contributory in a what? Group. This head office, this branch 1 and this branch 2 is total 100%. This branch 1 is contributing 70% in the group. How much contribution? Is it a major contributory? I can raise the objection. Then it is healthy also to raise the objection. Did you get the point? So tell me, under which 2 circumstances I may raise? If the branch is a which branch? Dependent. And if the branch is the minor contributor or major contributory? Major contributor. Are you getting? See, it is written self-regulatory council measures. It is self-regulatory means you should do on your own. ICA is not forcing you. Are you getting it? What do you mean by self-regulatory measures? Are you under any obligation? Or you may allow. Now I don't want to allow. It's my wish. Did you get the point? So tell me under 2 circumstances where you can raise the objection. If that is a dependent branch and major contributory in the total. Now joint audits may be same process is there. A senior firm in the case of joint audit shall not object in a case with a firm less than what? 5 partners have been appointed as a what? Another joint auditor. So say for example I have 8 partners. तो क्या होता है joint audit में ना the biggest problem is clashes of ego. Seriously, there is a biggest problem in the joint audit. Clash of what? Egos. So they say that keep your ego aside. Allow the firm with less than equals to what? 5 partners also to join you. So the senior firm then show some seniority. Don't get jealous with the small firm becoming your which auditor? Joint auditor. So branch audit में, joint audit में, did you understand the difference? What is the main cutoff? 10 or more. Here it is what? Did you get the point? Now read again. Senior firm in case joint audit shall not object in case of firm with less than what? 5 partners. Are you getting the point? So you should not say that I am big firm. I need the another joint auditor also to be big. Even if the small firm with less than 5 partner is coming to join you, you should not raise any kind of what? Objection. Same thing. So it means this is also self-regulatory. This is also what? Self-regulatory. And this is the next one. Ratio between qualified and unqualified staff should be at least 1:5. What does that mean? For every 5 unqualified staff, you should have at least what? one qualified staff in your firm. Did you get the point? Except what? What this 5 means unqualified? Except articles, except audit assistant, except typist, except peon, and except what? Other. Bacha kya? Employees who are not belonging to our profession. Actually, matlab they are trying to tell that we don't want to call article assistant an unqualified person. He's a semi-qualified. Am I correct or not? So for every 5 unqualified, how many qualifieds you must have in your firm? 1. 1:5. Did you get the point? So these are called self-regulatory measures. With that, you can say that your PE is over. What is PE? Professional. I hope you all understood it very well. 100%. Before leaving 34:1. और क्या ब्रेक दी ना 45 मिनट्स और क्या होता है चलो 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 जल्दी जल्दी अरे you will be thankful to me if you'll get 16 out of 16 and I'll definitely share my Google Pay with you. Don't worry. You can make donations, charity, whatever you want. Guru Dakshana. Am I correct? Don't worry. Arey, I won't return it. It's okay. I won't give you back. Sir, huh? Arey, it's okay. It's okay. I will cut that part in the video. No problem. Anyways, are you getting the point? Chalo, mazak kar raha hu. I will give you phone pay. Okay. 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 Please tell me everyone. 34:1, please. Try to. Imprisonment more than what? 6 months. Defalcation and embezzlement. Supplying the information knowing it to be false. Breaking the confidentiality by whom? Member in service. Violating the section, regulation, provisions of the act. Then non-keeping the client's money in a separate bank account. Departure from gaps. Non-available, non-acquisition of SAAE. Gross negligence. Fails to report material misstatement. Fails to report material facts. Then expressing the opinion on substantially interested entity. Vouching the accuracy of estimates. Then giving the report or certificates without doing examination. Breaking the confidentiality by whom? Members in practice. Then come back. Doing anything which is providing disrespect to whom? Council and I say. And imprisonment less than equals to 6 months. Not exceeding 6 months. Am I correct? Next one. You are doing 6 and 7 but providing the information knowing it to be false. Non-supply of information. Not a fellow. Acting as a fellow. Sharing. Accepting by member in service. And sharing by member in service. 12th one. Allowing someone to sign. 11. No permission has been taken while getting engaged in other business or profession. 10. Charging on percentage contingent. 9. Compliance of 139 and 140. Then 8. Non-communicating. 7. Advertising professional attainments. 6. Soliciting. 5. And 4. Partnership. 3. Sharing. Accepting. 2. Sharing. 1. Allow. Perfectly done. 100%. Chalo, let's move to the peer review now. Now, actually, there are so many amendments in peer review that whole chapter has been amended. Are you getting the one? So there is no point of opening anything else. Let's start from the beginning, word to word. Each and everything will be made you understand, right? देखो peer review का process also has been changed. Peer review का certificate requirements have been changed. Peer review की definition has been changed. New 2 to 3 definitions have been added. Peer review के TPE की definition has been changed. Technical, professional and ethical standards. So what was the major idea? Peer review mandatory on whom? From which phase? From which year onwards? Everything. Almost 90% of the chapter has been what? Changed. The only thing which is common that is also being included in this topic. So once you are done with this document, it means you need not read anything else from the which review? Peer review. Okay, I think if I'll be the ICA, I would love to ask you minimum 10 marks from peer review this time. Because that is the biggest amount of, and you never know. 3 to 4 marks they may ask you in what? In the form of MCQs. And direct question of 4 to 5 marks they may ask you in what? This thing. So you have to be very careful with the amendments, right? After that, we'll be only left with one amendment called what? NBFC. Shall we start now? Okay, now. First of all, please tell me what is the meaning of the word called peer and what is the meaning of the word called what? Review. Peer stands for person of the which standing? Same standing. And review stands for what? Examination or re-evaluation of the work which you have already done. It means nobody else other than a practicing CA going to come to my practicing unit and is going to see ki whether I am giving the quality or not, whether I am giving the assurance services properly or not, or whether I am following PTE. What is PTE? Or PET, whether I am following my PET standards properly or not, and whether I am doing the documentation. These are the main 4 focusing areas of every which review? Peer review. Basically, peer review is an indication to the outside world that you are demonstrating your performance. That is the reason, like you demonstrate your certificate of practice and certificate of membership, you also have to demonstrate the certificate of what? Peer review. Right or not? If you'll Google it now, you will find so many formats of the peer review certificate, you know, where the form's name will be written, form's registration number will be written, and the period of peer review, everything will be notified. So basically, what is peer review? It is an examination, and it is a new definition. Let me tell you what is the amendment that I will make you underline. Okay, it is an examination and review of systems and procedure. Repeat after me. It is what? Examination and review of what? Your systems and your what? Procedures. Whose systems and procedures? PU. What is PU? Practicing unit. To determine whether the same have been put in place by the whom? Practicing unit. It means basically they are saying that whatever the QCPPs ICA is telling you, what are the professional ethical technical standards ICA has set for you, are you putting it in place or not? Like we go to the client's place and we check its ICS, internal control system. They are basically coming to my practicing unit and checking my ICS now. And what is my ICS? My ICS is my professional ethical technical standards, my QCPPs, my assurance services, and my documentation. Do we go to the client's place and check his books of accounts and financials? Like they are coming and checking my what? Documentation. So read the first 2 points and tell me, did you understand everything? What is the point number 1? It's a review and examination of what? Systems and procedure, which who is liable to put it in place? Practicing unit. Why? So that they can ensure ki are you maintaining what? Quality of which one? Assurance services. As envisaged by whom? As envisaged by PET. What is PET? Professional, ethical, technical standard, and this is the amendment. What is the word written? Audit quality maturity model. Now let me tell you what is this. ICAI has created one AQMM. What is AQMM is not there in a portion, but how you have to understand, AQMM is a criteria which you will see and follow. If your firm is running as per AQMM, it means you are following good standards. But if your firm is lower than or not meeting the expectations of what? AQMM, it means you are not a good practicing unit. So it means what is AQMM for you? It is a criteria. It is a what? Criteria. Who has introduced it? ICAI. And not only, and you know, sometimes you will find it slowly, this peer review concept will go. Because self-evaluation concept has been added. What has been added? And it's not that someone is required to tell you where you are falling. You can easily check your QCPPs, are they matching with the AQMM or not. So you have to remember this word called AQMM. What is AQMM? Audit Quality Maturity Model. Wherever applicable or wherever the other regulatory requirements as may be prescribed by whom? Council or any committee, whether same as were consistently applied during the period under the review. So basically it is divided into 4 sentences. Sentence number 1 is saying that we will come and we will examine your what? Systems and procedures. It is whose responsibility to put it in place? Practicing unit. Why we are doing the peer review on you? So that we can get the assurance that ki, are you giving the quality in the assurance services or not? How you will come to know that whether it is quality assurance services or not? We will try to compare it with the PET standards and we'll compare it with the AQMM. Did you understand the structure now? This is called the definition of which review? Peer review. Now without looking at the board, tell me the new definition. It refers to review and examination of systems and procedures to be put in place by the practicing unit to get the assurance on quality of assurance services as envisaged by whom? PET standards and AQMM under the any requirement or regulatory requirement during the period under the review. This is what the main definition you have to understand. So what is the addition in the definition came? AQMM, self criteria portal has been made. Check your QCPPs according to that. If it is not proper, it means you are poor practicing unit. Is it clear to all of you? Second point, what is the definition of new unit? Now they are saying that if you are in the year of establishment and your total existence is less than what? 12 months, you are a new unit. Matlab, if you have set up your practice unit in the last less than how many months? 12 months. For them, you are a which unit? Or second thing what they have said that ki you are a practicing unit of more than what? 12 months, but so far you have not provided any assurance services. If any of these two criteria you fulfill, you will be treated now as a which unit? Because peer review for the new unit is different concept. Are you getting the point? So what makes you a new unit? Read the point number 1. This whole definition is new. It means a firm whose date of establishment is less than what? Immediately preceding the date of receipt of application of what? Peer review. So say for example, if the peer review board has sent you an application ki you have been selected under what? Peer review. So you can simply reply to the peer review ki hey sir, I am in existence for less than what? 12 months. So I am a which unit? New unit. And which may or may not have rendered any assurance services in the said period, or PU in existence for a period more than what? 12 months, but not rendered any which services? Assurance service. Or you can simply say, okay, I am more than 12 months old, but make sure that you should not have provided any kind of what? Assurance service. Then only you will get classified under the which unit? New unit. Is it clear? And what is the third thing? Branch peer reviewer means a reviewer appointed to conduct the peer review of what? Branch of practicing unit, qualifications and other obligations and duties of the branch peer reviewer shall be same as that of what? Reviewer. It means you are doing the audit of the main branch, so you are a peer reviewer, and there is one secondary branch you have. You send someone to go there and do your audit purpose. That is called which peer reviewer? Branch peer reviewer. Did you understand the 3 definitions? What are the 3? Peer review, new unit, branch peer. What is the new thing added in the definition? AQMM, audit, quality, maturity. It's a self-review portal criteria set up by the ICA. Am I correct? Next one, what makes you new unit? Sir, MCQ hai. What makes you unit? Either you have not grown more than what? 12 months. You are less than what? 12 months since your establishment and not providing any assurance services, or you are more than what? 12 months and not provided any kind of what? Assurance services. Next point. What are the objectives of the peer review? Main objective is to make sure that you comply with TPE standards. What is TPE? You know, that definition will come at the later stage. It's a huge definition, but till that time, just get satisfied with the PET. Instead of TPE, you can use it as what? PET standards. Having in place which system? Proper systems, including what? Documentation. Like we see it for the client. Please tell me for how long you have to preserve it as per SQC1. Minimum how many years? 7 years. And if you are a practicing CMA, minimum 10 years. You know that? If you are in practice of CMA profession, you have to keep it for minimum what? 10 years as per the CAS 102. Are you getting it? As per our SQC1, we have to maintain it for what? 7 years. Because it amplifies your demonstration of quality of what? Assurance services. Say for example, peer reviewer comes to me and he says that, sir, I would like to see your documentation of last 6 years of audit. How many years of audit? You can simply say no. Okay, the scope of peer review is the last 3 years. Are you getting the point? Last 3 years, whatever the documentation he wants, he can come and check yours. And suppose while checking, he is getting satisfied. What does that indicate? It amplifies your demonstration. It shows that you are a good performer. You know your PET standards, you know your quality, you know your QCPPs. Am I correct? So what is the major objective? To ensure that you are following what? PET, and to ensure that you are maintaining the proper documentation. These are the keywords you have to remember, right? Thus, the primary objective is not to find out the deficiencies, but to improve the quality of what? Services. Morning also we have understood the same thing about NFRA. The NFRA is a fault finding machine or to suggesting the improvements. Peer review is not happening for you to let you know that how poor you are. Peer review is letting you know that these are the areas where you are not good, improvise it. So it's not only the fault finding machine, it is also going to give you the recommendations for the same. Is it clear? Done. Next one, scope of which review? Peer review. Now what is going to get covered under what? Peer review. Point number one, compliance with the, again, with standards, PET standards. You are also expected to maintain quality of what? Reporting. Your systems and procedures for carrying out the which services? This is what they can check. Basically, the name of the scope is what they can check. What is their Lakshman Rekha, what they can't cross, within which they have to work. First one is PET standards they will check. Second thing, quality they will check. And third is systems and procedure. And what is this third? New amendment. What is the word? Self-evaluation under what? Self-evaluation under quality, audit, quality, maturity model or any other guideline issued by whom? Center. For what? Audit. Are you at the regular intervals doing your own self-evaluation as per AQMM or not? What is AQMM? Audit, quality, mature. This is a new thing which is added in the scope. Because it is added in the definition, so impact is on the scope as well. What is the third thing? Acha, बहुत simple सी बात है. Please tell me whether institute gives any guidelines to the members. Let me show you how to correlate it. Whether institute issues any guidelines to members? Yes. What kind of guidelines? Ki whenever you are taking any assignment, how much fee to be charged, how many number of audits to be undertaking, and you also have to maintain the register of your what? Engagement. What are the three guidelines institute gives it to you? Fees, number of assignments to be undertaken, and register. That is for whom? That is for members. So did you comply it or not? That is what who is checking? Peer reviewer. So tell me what are the three things peer reviewer is checking? Four things so far. 2 points to compliance. Try to remember like this. There are total 3 points of compliance. What is the first one? Compliance of PET. Second, compliance of guidelines issued by ICI to the members. What are the three guidelines? Fee, assignments to be undertaken, and register. And then third thing, same compliance with the guidelines issued by the council relating to what? Article. Achha, please tell me, article assistant includes what? Audit assistant. It means for your client, you are maintaining the client register. For the articles, you have to maintain what? Attendance register. You are going to tell them to maintain their what? Work diaries. And which payments? Stipend payments. So please tell me what are the 4 points you know? 3 compliance and 1 self-evaluation. What are the 3 compliance? PET, member guidelines, assistant guidelines. Under the member guidelines, what are the 3? Fees, assignments to be undertaken, and what? देखो मैं तुम्हें एक word घुसा दूंगा दिमाग में. Are you getting it? But generally, when you do the same chapter on your own, you just want to see what you want to do. And that is what the difference between the better answer and a good answer. I know that you will be able to write, but will you be able to write each and every word? I will make you understand each and every word in a simplified manner. So 3 compliances, tell me again. PET, guidelines for members, guidelines for assistant. What are the guidelines for assistant? The stipend, payments ka note karna, work diaries note karna, attendance register. What are the 3 things for council member? Fees ka karna, engagement to be undertaken, and what? Simple. 3 compliances and 1 self-evaluation as per AQMM. Who should do? PU should do. Who is checking it? Peer reviewer. This is why it is known as what? Scope. But my question is, article assistants will be only able to do the things properly when who will guide them? Practicing unit ka employer. The principal should guide them. It means third thing is that. Read the 4th point. Training programs for what? Staff. Including article and what? Audit assistant. Concerned with audit functions, including availability of what? Are you having proper computers or not? Do you have internet connectivity or not? Are you giving enough space to your articles or not? Do you educate them and giving the seminars or not? Are you able to connect 5 things? So what are the 5 things? 3 compliance, 1 training, and 1 self-evaluation. What is the 6th point? Systems and procedures. Simple. So tell me, what are the scope of peer review? Now you understood every word. What they are going to check? Compliance, compliance, compliance. PET, guidelines of members, guidelines of assistant. Assistant ke connected, there is one more point. Training program. Your QCPP under the systems and procedures. And whether you do the self-evaluation as per what? AQMM and all. Crystal clear? Went inside your head? Next one. Now, what do you mean by PET standards? Now see, PET standard means what? Point number one. Which standards issued by ICA? Accounting standard. Second one, accounting standards prescribed under the section number what? What is the difference between this point and this point? One is talking about AS and one is talking about what? Ind AS. Where it is Ind AS? But that is given in point number 3 now. See, these are the accounting standards which are prescribed by whom? And these are prescribed under what? Companies Act. And this is also prescribed under what? Companies Act. ICA wale mein includes both AS plus what? Ind AS. Here it includes what? AS. And here it includes what? Ind AS. This is how you have to remember it. Are you getting now? What are the three? Accounting standards issued by whom? ICA. Accounting standard issued under section number 133 under Companies Act. And Ind AS issued under section number 133 of what? Companies Act. Let me tell you, Ind AS 2015 में आए थे. Since when? 2015. So 3 points are relating to PET. Now, next thing, what is the next point? Standards. Which standards? Auditing standards. But auditing standards, maybe there are so many things, right or not? What are the auditing standards we have? Can you please tell me what kind of auditing standards you have? Just name them. SAs, SAEs, SRS, SREs, SSAs also have come. Standards on social audit. What is SSA? In future, you will be doing 10 more standards for your practicing profession. That is SSA. Standards on which audit? Social audit. And SQC is also there. Am I correct? So what are the 4 types of standards you have to cover under PET? Accounting standards issued by ICA. Accounting standards under the Companies Act. One is under section 133 and one is prescribed by central government, that is Ind AS. And what is the 4th one? Standards. Which standards? Auditing. Auditing mein which standards? Please tell me. Vomit it out. SAS, SAEs, SRS, SREs, SSAs and SQC. Next one. Framework and preparation and presentation of what? Financial statement. Standards on quality control, auditing, review. Ye re wo sare names which just now I told you. Review engagements, assurance engagement, related services. Next one. Provisions relating to what? Relevant statutes and regimes. What do you mean by relevant statutes and regimes? Is there any act which governs you other than standards? Companies Act, section number 138 to 148 governs you only now. So do you have to follow company? Mandatory? Is it mandatory for you to rotate? Why it is mandatory? Because who imposes that provisions on you? Under the which act? Companies Act. It means all those rules and regulations imposed under which statutes? Relevant statute. That is also comes under PET standards and any other TPE standards and other standards issued by whom? Authority governing the pressure of profession of whom? CA. Are you getting the point? So tell me the definition of 7 points. Accounting standards issued by ICA. Accounting standard issued under Companies Act. Ind AS issued under Companies Act. Standards. Next, which standards? SQCs, quality controls, then assurance, review, everything. And next one, all the notifications, guidelines, amendments, policies, procedures given under what? Statutes and laws and regulation. And last one, any other standards which are under which your profession is getting what? Governed. Now, assurance engagement does not include. It means when they will come to your office, these things they can't ask you. What they can ask you? Please tell me. What is the scope? You know, 6 scope. What are the 6 things they can ask you? Compliance, compliance, compliance. Are you getting the point? Compliance, compliance, compliance. Plus self-evaluation, systems and procedures, and what? Training to the staff. What they can't ask you, now we are learning. First of all, they cannot ask anything about your which engagements? Management consultancy. MCOS services mein, that is not covered under the assurance. Point number 2, representations you have made before what? Authorities. Point number 3, where you were engaged to prepare the which returns? Tax returns and advising the clients in what? Tax matters. These are in the scope or outside the scope? Outside. Engagements for the compilation of what? Financial statement. Tell me the 4 first. MCOS services, if you are engaged, allowed in scope or out of the scope? Out of. What is another thing which is out of scope? And if you have helped your client in preparing the tax returns and giving the advisory functions for the same. And next one, compilation of financial statement. Engagement solely to assist the client in preparing, compiling, collating information other than what? Yesterday, if you remember, we have done 720. Annual return, annual report. If you also helped your client in preparing the which report? See, what is the difference between 4 and 5? 4 may you are helping in compilation of what? Here, other than what? Financial statement. What is other than financial statement? Annual reports, board reports. You are helping them, consulting them. Next one, if you are testifying in the court as a which witness? This basically comes in forensic audit. Forensic audit, and you know that what is amendment in that chapter? We no longer are going to call it as forensic audit. All the words where forensic audit is written to be termed as what? Forensic accounting. No longer you will use the word called what? Forensic audit. It is always called what? Forensic accounting. Forensic accounting basically क्या होता है? ACP प्रद्युमन, CID वाला. So they go to the criminal side to catch the hair and blood spots and all. Where do we go? Murder side or financial murder side? Financial one. There we check and collect the evidences because you have to testify as a forensic accountant in the court. So if you are going there and witnessing yourself as an expert witness, then in that case, that is out of the scope of what? Peer review. What is the next thing? Providing expert opinion on points of what? Principles such as accounting standards, applicability of what? Certain laws and basis of what? Facts. And if you are engaged in what? Due diligence. That is again a part of investigation due diligence part. And what is basically due diligence? Huh? Helping the acquiring company to assess the possibilities of acquiring the which company? Target company. Basically, due diligence is you do in the fields of amalgamations, mergers, absorptions, tax due diligence, law due diligence, HR due diligence, all those things. So if you are engaged in due diligence, you are covered or not covered? And last one, any other services function performed by whom? Practitioner, not prescribed by whom? Counsel. To be called as what? It means you are away from assurance, you are not covered in peer review. You are near to the assurance, you will get covered under what? Peer review. So total 9 points, you have to tell me 7 at least. First one, MCOS services. Second, compilation of financial statement other than financial statement. Fourth, representing before the authorities. 5, expert witness ka testification you are doing. Next one, you are working as a due diligence expert. You are giving the expert opinion on various applicability of standards and statutes and laws. Next one, tax preparation and helping advising in tax matters. And the last one, any other thing which is not connected with what? Assurance engagement. So that we know what is included and we also know what is not included. Next one, applicability. Now this is the major core part and make sure that you should definitely do this because isme se hi question aega for sure. 4 mark ka question. You might have seen that earlier there was a khichdi kind of thing. Level 1, level 2, level 3. Everything is abolished. Everything is abolished. Made it very simple for you guys. But they are telling you to get covered under the peer review in a phased manner. In a which manner? Some are going to cover from 1/4/22. Some are going to cover from 1/4/23. Some are going to get covered from 1/4/24 and some from 1/4/25. It means for your relevance only the first part. Which part? Okay, if you are getting covered from this area, you are not going to see any question. मेरे ख्याल से they should not ask you the question on remaining 4 parts, but you are going to get covered under this part. But let me give you the introduction. What is the meaning of that? Point number 1 is what? Mandatory. Point number 2 is what? Voluntary. What is the difference between the two? Peer review board selected you and told you that I'm going to conduct a what review on you? Peer review. That is called what? Mandatory. You became mad and you are applying to the peer review board. Please do the review on me. That is called what? Voluntary. Am I correct or not? And let me tell you one thing. Some forms do that. Reason being very simple. Peer review certificate is the indication of your or demonstrates your performance to the outside world. Hanging COP, hanging membership and hanging one certificate of what? Peer review enhances the credibility and the trust and confidence to the outside world. That is a major idea. Some companies voluntarily also apply for what? Peer review. So first of all is what? Mandatory. Second one is what? Voluntary. Read under mandatory. Peer review can be mandated as such PUs may be decided by whom? Council. Council has one board. You already know what is the name of the board. Peer review board. उसके बारे में भी पढ़ेंगे. Voluntary में any PU may suo moto. What is suo moto? On its own. Apply to the board. Which board? Peer review board. कि हे प्रभु come and do my what? Peer review. And what is the third one? Special case. Board based upon the specific information received from whom? Secretary of ICA. Or what is this person? Always puts their legs in everywhere. Who is this person? DD. Or any other what? Regulator. Which in opinion of the board requires a what? Special peer review of the practicing unit may conduct a special peer review of practicing unit for such period determined by whom? Board. So who made a complaint against me? Secretary of ICA. Second, or any other regulator. If these three people are suggesting the peer review for my firm to the peer review board on the basis of their suggestion, then it will be called a special peer review. So what are the three types of peer review? Mandatory. Voluntary mein to there is nothing to discuss. Special I already discussed. What is left to be discussed? Mandatory. Now, mandatory from these three dates. First of all, remember the dates. What are the dates? 1 for 22, 1 for 23, 1 for 24. Now see, from 1 for 22 means this year onwards, which is going on right now. Day after tomorrow it is going to get wound up. But from this financial year onwards, who are covered mandatorily? Those practicing units who are doing the audit of which entities? Listed entities. From next year onwards, listed entities is already covered. But from 1/4/2023 onwards, who will also get covered? Unlisted entities, and that is the reason I told you to morning keep in mind the NFRA ka limit. 500, 500, 1000. What was that? Unlisted public companies whose paid up share capital is 500 crores or more, outstanding borrowings are 500 crores or more, or turnover is 1000 crores or more. All of them or any one of them. From which year onwards those practicing units also will be covered? From 1/4/2023. Plus, because this is the reason they have kept it here. Filling the blanks. NFRA. I don't know where we have copied it. Okay. A PU rendering with services attesting having 5 or more partners. So these two, this part and this part is going to get covered from the next year. So tell me, from this year onwards, who is covered? Right now, presently, who is covered? Listed. From Friday onwards, who is going to get covered? Today is Wednesday or Friday? Today. So Friday onwards, who will be covered now? Unlisted entity, unlisted word, unlisted public entities having satisfied any of the three conditions. 500, 500, 1000. Plus, if you are a firm practicing unit of 5 or more partners done the with services attestation, you are also going to be covered. Next point. From next to next year onwards, who are going to be covered? Those who have done the statutory audit of the entity, raise the funds from whom? Public, means IPO, FPO, or from what? Banks or financial institution over how many crores? 50 crores during the period under the review, or any other body corporate including trust which are covered under the public interest word entities. ये word सुना है कहीं पे? PI. Morning we have done ना? PI. So those body corporates and trusts which are covered under the PI or practicing unit rendering attestation servicing having how many partners? मतलब slowly I think everyone will get covered first and then they will simply say no peer review required. That is what I say. So please tell me who is covered from now? Listed. From Friday onwards? Unlisted, any of the three conditions providing attestation 5 or more. And from the next year 1st April onwards? Those who have raised the money from the public banks or FIs over 50 crores or body corporates including trust which are declared as what? PI. And the firms which are providing attestation services of what? 4 or more partners. And from next to next financial year, say, who is going to get covered? From 1/4/25 Audits of branches of public sector means what? So now if your firm is doing a bank audit, you will get covered under the mandatory review from 1/4/2025 audit. Because this is not written CSA audit. Central statutory auditor, they're not saying. They are saying simply audits of what? Branches of which banks? Public sector banks, or having as and when years are growing, partners are reducing. 5 or more, 4 or more, 3 or more. But they have not written doing attestation services. You have 3 or more partners, you will get covered under what? Peer review. Now tell me, mandatory, 3 types of peer review. Mandatory, voluntary. Are you understanding the whole amendments? Mandatory, voluntary and special. Special on basis of whom? 3 people. DD, secretary I say, or any other regulator. Voluntary, you yourself is applying. Mandatory, 1/4/22, 1/4/23, 1/4/24, 1/4/25, 1/4/23. Tell me clubbed now. You have to tell me clubbed now. Not only that. From 1/4/23 onwards, which are all covered? Listed, unlisted, 5 or more partners, plus. From 1/4/24 I am asking. Plus all those companies which have raised the money from public, banks, FIs, over 50 crores. Body corporates including trust declared as what? PI. And partners of 4 or more. And attestation were 4 or more. And from 1/4/25 onwards, clubbed, listed, unlisted, 5 or more, 4 or more, 3 or more. And also those PUs which are doing the audit of what? PSU banks. Is it clear? 100% understood? Dates you have to remember, main thing. So presently I think definitely they will ask you, but this is a very chiller kind of question if they will ask you. Because this is only covering one. Audits of what? अगर मैं होता बोर्ड है मैं सीधा यही पूछता. Automatically it covers what? All. 4 mark का question over. अच्छा, what if you already have a peer review certificate and you got covered under the new provision also? Then they are saying that don't worry, no need to get the peer review done again till the expiry of your old certificate. Let your old certificate expire, then only get the review done. Did you get the point? Read the note please. If the PU already has a peer review certificate, there is no need of once again subjecting to PU to peer review till the conclusion of validity period of said certificate. It is necessary to possess a new peer review certificate on the conclusion of validity of what? Certificate. So wait for the validity. Once it is over, after that get it done under the new peer review statement. Did you get the point? यहाँ तो कोई डाउट है? पक्का? हाँ? पीयर आएगा अभी. द ओल्ड वाले की तो 3 years होती है, क्योंकि पहले वाले में ऐसा होता था once in 3 years, once in 4 years, once in 5 years. So there used to be like that, but now everything is changed, right or not? So validity also I think will change. Now next one is which board? Peer review board. This is a new thing which is added. Rest remaining everything is same. Earlier we only knew that ki maximum members are what? 12. Now they have made it minimum also what? 6. There was no provision of minimum earlier. It was only maximum what? 12. So minimum 6 and 50% should be what? Council members. Greater than equals to 50% has to be the council members of whom? I say. Chairman and vice chairman must be from where? Council. But will be rotated what? Every year. Musical chairs. Today you sit. Tomorrow I will sit. Again you sit. I will sit. So they are to be rotated what? Every year. But what they are saying? Remaining 2/3 of the members will be rotated either the completion of what? 3 years or their council term, whichever is what? Earlier. What do you mean by that? Dekho, try to understand who should be the minimum 50% of the total composition. Suppose your council term left is only 1.5 years. Then what is the answer? 3 years or 1.5 years, whichever is earlier. So you have to rotate within what? 1.5 years. So say for example, can I have my council with 9 members? Yes or no? Can I have my peer review board with 9 members? At least 50% should be what? So 4.5? Yeah, 5. 5. Okay. Okay, let's say for example I have 6. Can I have 6? What is the 2/3 of the 9. Should I take 2/3 of the 6 or should I take the 2/3 of the 9? 2/3 of the 9. How much is that? 6. Must be rotated when? Either what? 3 years or their council term, whichever is what? Lower. Next one. Casual vacancy also will be filled up by whom? Council. Now please tell me, did you understand? Minimum how many? Maximum 12. Minimum 50% should be council members. Chairman and vice chairman should be from council. From the council, and it has to be rotated what? Every year. Whereas the remaining 2/3 of the members must be rotated every 3 years or their council term, whichever is earlier. And if there is anyone dead or resigned or something has happened, then in that case what? Casual vacancy will be filled up by whom? Council. But make sure that ये जो DD वाले हैं, board है, and disciplinary committee, these दर्दनाक fellows. Who are these dardanak fellows? Dardanak means these Pidda fellows. DD, BOD, and D. What is the common thing in these three? D. Danger. So they are allowed or not allowed? Not allowed. If you are already a council member of any of these three areas, you are not allowed to be the part of what? Peer review board. We don't, because peer review board is not a fault finding machine. Try to understand this. And these people always look at you with the suspicious eyes. Who? DD, BOD, and what? Last person. Next one. Provision relating to time, date, place, and quorum of the meeting of peer review board, as well as the procedure of transaction of business, shall be governed by the which regulation? Charter Grounded Regulation 1988. Is it clear to all of you? Should I ask you some questions now? It's high time that I didn't ask you anything. Peer review ki definition. Oh, sir, 45 minutes we did it before. How you can expect us to relate? Please tell me. It all about review and examination of your. Dekho, try to retain it. Review and examination of systems and procedure. Who has to put it in place? Why? To get the assurance on its quality of assurance services. As envisaged by whom? PET standards and the self-evaluation model called AQMM. Simple. Am I correct? Secondly, what makes you a new unit? Less than 12, no assurance service. More than 10 also, no assurance service. Is it clear? Next point. What makes you branch peer reviewer? When you're doing the audit of a branch of a practicing unit selected for the peer review, you'll be called as what? And your role, responsibility, objective, scope, everything will be same as what? Normal peer review. What is PET? Full form? Nahin. Inside. Standards issued by ICA. Accounting standards under Companies Act. India's under Companies Act. Standards on quality control, SAEs, SREs, SRS, and any other notifications, regulations, amendments, revisions came under statutes and regulations. Am I correct? Next one. What is not covered under the peer review? MCOS is not covered. Expert witness is not covered. Expert on legal matter not covered. Tax preparer advisory not covered. Due diligence not covered. Next one. Compilation of FS not covered. Any matter other than compilation of FS is also not covered. And all those matters which are not connected with the assurance engagement are also not covered. What is covered then? 3 compliances. Compliance of PET. Compliance of guidelines issued for members relating to the fees, relating to engagement, relating to what? And article assistant relating to their stipend register, their work diaries, and their what? Attendance register. 3 compilations, 1 self-evaluation, systems and provisions, and what? Training programs. That is covered. Am I correct? What are the 3 types of peer review? Mandatory, voluntary, special. Special on whose provision? DD asked or secretary asked or any regulator. Voluntary you asked, and mandatory 1 for 22, 23, 24, 25. Tell me 25. That's it. Audit of listed. Audit of unlisted. Satisfying any of the 3. 500, 500,000. Attestation with 5 or more, 4 or more, 3 or more. Audit of PSU banks. And audit of those entities which have raised the money from public banks, financial. Because now you don't have to see sequence. You can tell anything now because everything is what? Covered. Over more than what? 50. And if you are a body corporate including trust, declared as what? Pi. Am I correct? So these are the areas. And once, if you already got peer reviewed and you still have a validity of your certificate, do you have to get it done or wait for the validity to get expired? After that, mandatorily you have to get it done under the new peer review. Clear, everyone? Now, eligibility. What is eligibility? Number one, if you are a chartered accountant in practice and you want to become a peer reviewer, you should have a minimum 7 years of experience. How many years of experience? But that doesn't mean that non-practicing CAs can't become the peer reviewer. You can become, but in that case, you should have a 10 years industry experience plus 3 years what? Practice experience. So it is 7 and 13. If you are a practicing CA, I want to become a peer reviewer. What is my minimum requirement? I am a practicing CA. Minimum 7 years in practice. I am 11 years old in practice. Am I eligible? Yes. Okay. I am non-practicing CA. I work for 11 years in the industry, 2 years in practice. Total 13. Why? 3 years in practice at least and 10 years at least in what? Industry. Did you get the point? Point number 1 and 2. What is point number 3? Requisite training and trust. What peer reviewers do? How do they do? What do they check? For that I have to undergo through a training. How you become a CA? You have 3 years of articleship. Same way you have to go through the training of what? Peer review. What is the 4th point? Furnish the declaration as prescribed by whom? Board. And sign declaration of what? By when we go to the client's place, what do we maintain? Now peer reviewer is coming to practicing unit. Will he come across my secretive and confidential information? He has to maintain what? Confident. And he has to sign it as well. Next one. You are not eligible if you have any kind of disciplinary action pending against you. If you are guilty of what? Council, BOD and DC. If you are convicted by competent court in India or outside India involving the offense of what? Moral turpitude. Partner or any of the employee has obligation or conflict with interest with what? PU. Means brother, sister. Your partner, I'm the peer reviewer and one of my assistant. My assistant is the brother of the main partner of practicing unit. My assistant of a peer reviewer is the real brother of practicing unit which got selected and its main partner. Eligible or not eligible? You can become peer reviewer or you can't become. Sure. I want to become a peer reviewer. Am I correct or not? I want to become a which reviewer? Peer reviewer. And let's say for example, I'm already a peer reviewer, but the practicing unit which came to me is being run by my own brother, who's also a chartered accountant. Do I have conflict of interest? Am I qualified or disqualified? Disqualified. That is what is the next point. And what is in this one? Has to undergo through a what? Training, articleship under any of the partner of what? What do you mean by that? I worked as a partner in one PU. I left that PU and now I am applying to PRB to become a peer reviewer. Am I eligible or not eligible? Did you understand my question? I worked in one practicing unit as a partner. I left that partnership now. Now I am applying to ICA to becoming a what? To become a what? Peer reviewer. Can they allow me? I have 9 years of experience in practice. Not allowed. Why? Right now I am not a partner. See sir, there is a two school of thoughts what you will be having here right now. Try to understand. Not eligible also means disqualification. Remember, if you come across, tell me one thing, when you become and apply for a peer reviewer, do you know that which practicing unit you will be allotted? You have any future certainty or no? Then how you can say that I am ineligible? Huh? That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying, that's what I'm telling you. This is not eligible as well as what? Disqualification. You already become a peer reviewer. After that, you will come to know now what PU has been allotted to you. Or PU will be allotted to you first, then they will tell you become peer reviewer now. Did you understand what I'm saying? You become a peer reviewer. You applied to become a. I am 9 years old in practice. First of all, tell me, can I become a peer reviewer? Okay. Now, how peer review board will decide that I am ineligible? This is not ineligibility to become a peer reviewer. It is ineligibility to do a what? Peer review. But you are a peer reviewer. Means on the spot, when you will be allotted the practicing unit, then you should not have undergone through any training under that practicing unit. That will conflict your interest. And second thing, you should not have been the partner of that what? Practicing unit. You yourself only have to declare the declaration. Are you getting the point? So this is not ineligibility to become a peer reviewer. You already became a what? Peer reviewer. But when the practicing unit was allotted to you, they came to know that you were 3 years back the partner of this firm. 3 years back, you were the partner in that firm. Now you left that firm. Are you eligible or not eligible? Why not eligible? Please tell me under which ineligibility you get covered then. 3 years back, I was a partner in that practicing unit, which was allotted to me. Am I eligible or not eligible? Read the last one, sir, fifth one. He has undergone through training, articleship under any partner of what? Are you understanding the point? Am I saying that I have gone through partner or I was a partner? You are eligible. 3 years back, I was a partner in that firm. I am what? Eligible. But 3 years back, I have gone through any articleship under the partner of that practicing unit. Now you are eligible or not eligible? You are making a khichdi right now. I have to sort the dal separate, chawal separate. Now please tell me, what did you understand so far about the peer review board? Let's not move ahead till the time you're not getting a clarification. Peer review board mein you want to become a peer reviewer. What is your basic qualification? 7 years industry. Leave that first 4 points. Tell me from the fourth point. Okay, you have to sign a declaration concept. But now, what do you mean by not eligible peer reviewer? It means you are already a peer reviewer. They are not making you eligible to become peer reviewer. Already a peer reviewer, but you are not eligible to do the word peer review. Under what circumstances? Point number 1. Against you, some disciplinary actions are pending. Second, you are guilty of professional misconduct or other misconduct under DD, BOD or DC. What is the third one? Okay. What is the fourth one and fifth one? Just make me understand this. Partner or personal has obligation or conflict of interest with that PU. Is there a possibility that your own firm is selected under peer review? Are they telling you that you become a peer reviewer and leave your practice? Or you're doing your practice? Akkad bakkad Bombay, they selected it. And your firm came. Are you in conflict of interest? You are a partner in the practicing unit and you are also a what? Peer reviewer. Are you eligible or not eligible? Under which point? Fourth point. Are you getting the point? Again, second time, akkad bakkad Bombay. Another one they picked up. And you came across that some few years back. You went through the articleship under one of the partner of that practicing unit. Are you eligible or not eligible? Because when you will see that person, you will start crying, na? Emotions overflow. Sir, I still remember you gave me a lot of time, empty time during my articleship. That's the reason only I became CA today. Sir, don't worry. See, take this certificate. And then what? No place for no place for sentiments and emotions where in peer review. Are you getting the point? So did you understand now fourth and fifth? So what I was trying to tell you that what you were not catching, you are thinking that peer reviewer became, it means you are not a practicing partner or you are not in practice. You are still in what? Practice and working as a what? Peer reviewer. Don't you think that your own firm can be having a attestation service of 5 or more partners? And I say selected you. But when the ICE selected you and put it in your front, you said that, oh, I am the what? Partner in this firm. Now tell me, you are ineligible under which point? Fourth. And the another practicing unit selected, two came to you. Another practicing unit में one of the partner was the same person who was your principal when you were going through your articleship. Emotions? Correct है नहीं है? Now what is the question? Conflict of interest or emotions वाला question? Now you are disqualified under what? Fifth point. Did you get the point? So tell me, what are the 5 disqualifications they will check when they are allotting the peer review to you? No disciplinary. And second, no professional misconduct or other convicted by court of any moral turpitude, and conflict of interest, and what? Review. And one more thing, reviewer shall not accept professional assignment from the practicing unit 2 years from or what? After wala I can understand. How you will come to know about before? That is actually a problem. That also they're telling you are ineligible. Let's say for example, there is this firm called ABC and Co. In 21-22, I did one assignment with them. And today I am a peer reviewer. Their audit has come. No articleship, no pending, nothing. None of the 5 ineligibilities are there. I'm perfectly eligible. But 21-22 mein, I did one assignment with them. And today is the date when I got their peer review. Please tell me, is the gap less than 2 years or more than 2 years? Within 2 years, I already worked with them or not? So you are ineligible to do the peer review of this practicing unit. Read the last point again. Reviewer shall not have accepted professional assignment from the practicing unit 2 years from or before the date of what? It means after and before. What is the date today? 23 and 29th March 2023. Exactly 2 years before, tell me. 29th March 2021, before assignments won't affect me. But within this 2 years, if I have done any kind of assignment with that practicing unit, am I qualified or disqualified? And from today, the next 2 years, please. 29th March 2000, I should not accept any assignment from this practicing unit because I already did the peer review of this one. Is it clear? So before peer review and after. What is the gap? 2 years here, 2 years here. Is it clear to all of you? 100%? Now please tell me, did you understand how to become a peer reviewer? Repeat again. What is your practicing experience? 7. Industry? 10 plus 3. Am I correct? Should I have to declare the declaration of confidentiality? Have I gone through under an adequate training or something? And most importantly, what are the 5 cases when I'm ineligible? I'm a peer reviewer, but I'm ineligible. Pending, convicted by court, or any professional or other conflict of interest under the training with one of the partner. What is the next one? Review shall not accept the professional assignment from the PU 2 years before the appointment, after the appointment. Is it clear? And who is QA? Qualified assistant. And here I am going to check your presence of mind right now. If you can tell me 8 and 21. What is the point number 1 they are saying? He should also be a what? Chartered accountant. यहाँ पे CA word नहीं है. He should also be a what? Chartered accountant. वो short form में लिखा हुआ है, but he should also be a chartered accountant. Not disqualified under section 8 and 21 of CA Act. Disabilities. Do you remember morning we have done? Disabilities. What is disability? Must have completed the age of what? 21 years. Should not be unsound, insolvent, discharged. All that. And 21 removal. He should not be disqualified under 8 and 21 of the CA Act 1941. He should be a chartered accountant. Plus, his name should be intimated to whom? Board. Who is taking his assistance? I am taking. I am the peer reviewer. He is my QA, qualified assistant. And she is a board. I have to intimate you that I am taking the assistance of my qualified assistant. And peer practicing unit also before what? Peer review. So to your board I have to intimate that I am taking his help, as well as to the practicing unit also I am intimating that I am taking his help. So that you should also know that alone I am not coming. Me along with this person is coming. Board should also know that I am not leaving alone. Me along with this person I am leaving. Is it clear? So what are the 2 people to whom I have to intimate? Board as well as the practice unit. Right? Sign a declaration of what? Right or not? He also has to sign the declaration of what? Confidentiality. Why? Okay, he may also come across as significant confidential and secretive information. Next one, no interface with PU and board. You have to keep your mouth shut. Neither you will talk anything with the any person of what? PU, nor you will communicate anything to whom? Board. And last but not the least, should be free from form of what? Reviewer as a partner or as a paid assistant as per the records of whom? What do you mean by this? On the date of appointing him as my QA, he should be or should not be any kind of what? Should be free from the form of what? Reviewer and as what? Partner or a paid assistant as per the records of whom? Should be from, not free from. मैं वही देखो मैं देख क्या रहा है? Should be from, not free from. Should be from the form of what? As a word, partner and paid assistant as per the records of whom? So it means what is the fifth qualification of the qualified assistant? He should be from my firm only, either as a word, partner or as a word. So there comes a qualified assistant. Please tell me your qualification. Please tell me his qualification. What is your qualification? You already know 7, 10 plus 3 and adequate training and 5 disqualification 2 years before, 2 years later. You should not accept. What is QA's qualification? Last time tell me. Point number 1. He should be a CA and shall not be disqualified under 8 and 21 of CA. Second, he also has to sign the declaration of before starting peer review. I have to intimate to the two people, one to the board, one to the practicing unit. Is he allowed to talk to them? Neither to the practicing unit nor to the board. And he should be from my firm, either as a partner or as my paid assistant. As per whose records? ICA records. Is it clear? Now, one. अच्छा अभी भी है ओ तेरी तुम्हारी तो वाट लागली अरे नो प्रॉब्लम हो जाएगा आज पीयर रिव्यू तो करेंगे एटलीस्ट समथिंग वेयर अमेंडमेंट हैज कम क्वालिटी रिव्यू कल देख लेंगे मॉर्निंग में हाफ एन आवर 5 मिनट्स ब्रेक यू हैव टू कंज्यूम है ना थोड़ा हैवी हो गया नहीं पीयर रिव्यू बिकॉज एवरीथिंग इज व्हाट अमेंडमेंट मोस्टली एवरीथिंग इज अमेंडमेंट अभी तो अमेंडमेंट विल कम डू यू रिमेंबर पीयर रिव्यू प्रोसेस व्हाट यूज्ड टू बी देयर planning, empanelment, execution, reporting. Actually, the peer itself stands for its 4 stages. Planning, empanelment, execution, reporting. This comes first actually. Empanelment, then planning, then execution, and then what? Reporting. But now this is eliminated. New process has come. तो एक काम करो जल्दी से ब्रेक ले लो क्योंकि यू आर गोइंग टू ब्रेक योर हेड नाउ टेक अ ब्रेक ऑफ 5 मिनट्स कम बैक जल्दी आ जाओ थोड़ा फ्रेश एयर ले लो Education and practicing. Which one? Number. Hmm. As per ICA, it is 30. It's okay, no problem. As per ICA, it is 30. But as per the company's order, it is 20. Abhi, right? Aaja. Back on track. Now 1 hour and 4 pages. Are you understanding? 1 hour, 4 pages. So we have to make sure that we should gear up little bit fast. Am I correct? If the time will allow, nothing. I will make you leave. But if I need 10 minutes extra, you have to give me. Correct hai nahi hai? Definitely na. Tomorrow and not tomorrow. You should never postpone your success. Correct hai nahi? Okay. You want to leave? No problem. Leave. Somebody who wants to leave, leave. So that I will, because generally, basically, I'm trying to tell that I'm not asking you. I'm telling you. It is just that my way of asking is, way of telling it looks like what I'm asking. So don't get mistaken ki I'm asking you, will you give me 10 minutes more? You want to leave, leave. No problem. Anyways, you will have my Paytm, Google Pay number. No problem. It's okay. 10 minutes is your wish. Maybe that 10 minutes if you leave early and God, I will pray to the God that question should come in your examination. When you are leaving this room. Now you won't leave. Okay? Okay. I hope all of you are understanding and enjoying the lectures. Samajh mein aa raha hai? Now it is looking like not that heavy. See, obviously, since morning we are taking the class, the cluster will become heavy. But I hope the way of understanding is not heavy for you. Easy to make you understand, right? Okay. Let's proceed with the approach of what? Peer review. बहुत simple question है. Now, when the peer reviewer is coming to my office, what is the first thing he will say? He will say, Rohit, can you please hand over your documentation? What he will ask? What? Documentation. Please show me your documentation. Now, please tell me, what is essay 210? Are you getting the point? Do we give the audit engagement letter to our client to make him understand my terms and condition? He will also check the first thing, did you do it or not? Actually, peer reviewer is checking what? He is checking your PET standards. And what does my one of the standards say as per essay 210? Before getting the appointment letter, it's better to engage or get exchange what? Which letter? Audit engagement letter. So read this point. When the peer reviewer is coming, what is his approach? He will first gain the understanding of what? Engagement letters. That defines my scope and nature of what? How he will come to know that what kind of assignment I was doing? He does not know, na? Was he my partner or he's an outsider? How he will come to know that what kind of assignment I was doing in ABC Limited? By checking my which letter? Engagement letter. That is the reason we always send 2 letters. One for the management purpose, one is duly signed, acknowledged and returned back to whom? Auditor. And this letter will preserve it for the next how many years? 7 years. Will he be able to check my engagement letter or not? Yes. This is okay, Rohit, you were appointed as a statutory audit. How he will come to know that I was appointed as a statutory auditor? By looking at my which letter? Engagement letter. Did you understand the step number 1? Step number 2. Number of assurance engagements to be selected requires professional judgment based on the replies of what? Questionnaire and the size of PU. Now, second thing is what I will ask him. Okay, how many clients you have served? He said that, sir, almost 500 plus. Obviously, when we go to the client's place, do we do sampling? I will do the sampling here. What do we apply there? Professional judgment. What peer reviewer will apply now? Professional judgment. And he already sent me one questionnaire. How many services you have given, which services you have given, how many were listed. On the basis of that, he will let me know, boss, these are the sample size of the assurance clients which I am going to do the review for. Please supply me the information. So point number 1, what he is doing? He is checking my which letters? Engagement. To gain the understanding what insurance engagement I was engaged for. Second point, he is saying that this is the boss, this is a sample which I have selected. And this is what going to come under my review on the basis of questionnaire you have submitted to me. Third point, PU may have policies and procedure for accepting what? Particular engagement. Check compliance with what? Such PP. Usme pucha, okay, what do you do, Rohit, when you accept any assignment? I simply, I was having a rectification. So I said, because when the peer reviewer is in front of you, you have to impress him. Na? I said, I do this, I do that, I do this, I do, very formally. He said, show me the documentation. Will you be able to cross-verify what you are saying and what you have done or not? Read the point number 3 again. Practicing unit may have what? Policies and procedure for accepting what? But we will check what? As a peer reviewer, what you will check? Are you complying with such policies and procedure? Acha, you have given half an hour lecture. I do this and that and this, and when I asked you the documentation, oh, documentation, I'll let you know. It means what? Gone? The full bomb has exploded without any voice or without any sound. Am I correct? So what are the three things he is doing? Checking my engagement letter, letting me know what is the sample he has selected, and third thing, asking me my QCPP and then checking whether I'm following those QCPP or not. What is the third thing he is doing? Fourth thing he is doing? Reviewer may follow the combination of what? Please tell me, what do you mean by FAPS? Further audit procedure. What do we do it in that? TOC, testing of control. What do we call it? Compliance procedures. What do we do it? Compliance. And do we do substantive as well? Under the substantive, analytical procedures and testing of details. Under the testing of details, testing of transaction, testing of what? Balances. Do we do it at client's place? He will do it at my place. So what are the two things he's going to do? Compliance and substantive. Are you understanding everything? So tell me, what are the four things he did? He first of all gained the understanding via my which letters? Engagement letter. Then he told me the samples he has selected for which, according to his professional judgment, and told me this is what I'm going to do the audit for. Then what he will do? He will have a look on my QCPP and will check whether I'm doing the compliance with this QCPP or not. And the third thing he will do compliance and what? Substantive test. Evaluating the records. Now he is carefully checking my documentation to see any significant issues, matters, problem arose during the engagement have been properly considered, resolved and what? Documented. Let's say for example, the earthquake came during one of my audit. Earth opened, factory went inside, earth closed. Was I able to do the audit of that factory or unable to? Is it a significant finding? How you dealt with that situation? Who is checking this? Peer reviewer. Read the point number 1. Any significant what? Issues, matters, problems arose during the what? Engagement. How I appropriately what? Considered, resolved and what? Documented. Second thing, what he will check? Evidences and reasonableness of my word. Please tell me, is he going to check my SAEs? How do we express the conclusions? Based on what? SAE. So he will see, okay, I have given adverse finding somewhere. I have given the adverse report. For the adverse report, should you have SAE? Yesterday we understood 705. For the adverse report, should you have SAE? And in my file, he is roaming, but there is no SAE he found. It means, am I doing the compliance or non-compliance? Non-compliance. So he will check the supporting evidences for my opinions. And what is the third thing he is checking? Significant decisions, professional judgment, resolution of significant matters are what? Documented. Are you getting the point? See, always remember, whether you are good or not will always be told by the third party to you. Always remember that. You can't judge yourself. Unless you're getting judged by the which party? Third party. Is it clear? So tell me, what are the 5 things he did? Gained the understanding of my engagement letter. Told me the samples. Third, checked my PCC ka compliance. Fourth, did the compliance and what? Substantive. Now he is verifying my documentation. How I addressed my significant findings. Do I have adequate evidences to support my opinions? And how I documented the various significant issues which I got during the engagements. Is it clear, everyone? Now this is the approach of a which reviewer? Peer reviewer. What is the next point? Obligation of what? Practice. Now when he is asking me all this, what is my obligation? To provide. So point number 1 is what? Produce or allow access to. Do we expect the same thing from our client? Then that peer reviewer is also expect. See, for him, I am a client or not. So he expects the same thing from me. Ki whatever he is asking, I am already available with ready documents to give it to him and allow him the access. Provide what? Explanation. Give him what? All assistance. And if the information is not available in which form? Suppose I'm not that much comfortable in English. So some of my documents I made it in Punjabi. I'm Punjabi actually. So I made it in Punjabi. But he's unable to. Arey, what is this? Language barrier. So what will I do? I will make sure that immediately convert that non-legible form into a what? Legible form. I have to transcript it for him. Read this point. If the information is not available in which form? PU will transfer it to what? English or Hindi. PU shall be responsible and accountable for accuracy and truthness and of what? Translation. So, provided. He's asking what is this written? तो पंजाबी में it was written true and fair. So he's saying, what is the meaning of this? I am saying true and fair. So I will be held responsible if I am giving him the wrong information. Are you understanding the point? Like for me, it is Telugu. For you, it is Punjabi. Am I correct? Yes or no? So I don't know ఒకటి రెండు మూడు maximum 5. Forgot 4. उसके बाद I don't know. So for me, it is like now suppose if I'm a peer reviewer and she's maintaining every record in Telugu, so I will say, Amma, what is this? Huh? Please convert this Spanish language into. For me, Spanish and Telugu same, na? Am I correct? Now she will make sure that she will give me the which copy? Translated copy, on which she will say, I attest it to be genuine, true, and reliable information. Right? So this is the obligation of what? Practicing unit. What is the obligation of the reviewer? Can he take my records along with him? No, because that includes my secretive and confidential information relating to my clients. So point number 1, a reviewer shall not take PU's client's file or records examined by him, complete the review in the prescribed time and submit the report to whom? Board. And the reviewer shall document all his working papers and submit a copy of his working papers to the board if called for by the board within 18 months of the submission of what? So make sure that you should complete, like we do the documentation after the completion of our audit, reviewer also has to do, and because peer review board at any point of time within 18 months from the end of what? Peer review, you have to submit the copy of all your documentations to the which board? Peer review board. But can he take extracts of my records? That is also not allowed. He can book the identification marks, but he can't take my what? Extracts. Try to understand, if it is my information, you are allowed. But he's checking my pet, which I applied on my clients. So it is not my information actually. That particular file includes which information? Client's information. So I can't risk, because it is my responsibility to maintain what? Confidentiality. Over whose products? Whose documents? Client's documents. Next one. Peer review process, everyone. That's what I told you. It is changed. Now leave that all those stages from your head. You are going to pour the new peer review process completely amended. Forms also you have to understand now. Time periods have been changed. Now see, point number 1 is same. PUs which desire to get what? Peer reviewed shall make an application for what? Peer review. In application come questionnaire in form number 1. It means they are talking about mandatory one or voluntary one? Voluntary. So bhaiya, you want to get peer reviewed, make the form number 1 application to the peer review board. That is called application come what? Questionnaire, and you will be selected or deselected. That is purely dependent upon whom? Peer review board. But what is the form number 1? Form number 2, second point please. In case peer review is initiated by whom? What is the difference in point 1 and 2? Voluntary. Second one is what? Mandatory. Application come questionnaire in form number 1 should be submitted by the PU on the request of what? Peer review board secretary. So where you are voluntarily submitting? First case. In form number 1, form will remain same in the mandatory also, but it is requested by you now. From whom? Peer review board ka secretary. Next point. Application mentioned above received by the board shall be duly what? Numbered. On receipt of said application come questionnaire, name of the 3 reviewers shall be recommended by the board to the practicing unit within what? The moment I receive your form number 1, I will give you the 3 names of the reviewers. Select as whatever you want. Are you getting the point? Within how many working days? 3 working. Who is giving this info to whom? So tell me, point number 1 mein what is happening? PU to PRB. Am I correct? Point number 2 mein again what is working? PU to PRB only. But the only difference is it is voluntary and it is what? Mandatory. Correct? Point number 3 mein what is happening? Application mentioned above received by the board shall be duly numbered. Nothing is there. What is the next one? Now, PRB is giving 3 peer reviewers name to whom? PU. Within how many days? 3 working days. Is it clear, everyone? Now, read the point number 5. PU shall select the 1 out of 3 reviewers and intimate the board within what? 1 working day. Pehle 7 hote the. If you remember, 7 working days, 7 working days and 7. Now it is only what? 3 working days. PRB is telling to PU, ki these are the 3 reviewers, make the choice and let me know in what? 1 working day. Is it clear? Now, board shall appoint peer reviewer selected by whom? PU in accordance with what? These guidelines. First 6 points are over. Tell me 6 points. What is happening? Voluntarily, mandatory. It should be serially numbered application. Fourth point से main start हो रहा है. PRB intimating to PU कि these are your 3 reviewers within how many days? 30 days. I am giving you 1 working day. You inform me which peer reviewer you want. And once you intimated me, I will appoint that peer reviewer for you. Is it clear, everyone? Simple. Next one. Board shall intimate the reviewer so selected to submit a declaration of what? Confidentiality. In form number what? 2. To PU within what? 2 working days from the receipt of choice of the name of what? Receiver. From what? PU. Now please tell me what is happening. Once the board received the intimation by the PU, that this is the reviewer I want, board is doing 2 things. What are the 2 things? First of all, appointing. After appointing, within what? 2 working days of receiving the intimation from where? What board is asking from peer reviewer? File the declaration of confidentiality with whom? Practicing unit. Within what time period? 2 working days from the receipt of choice of name of what? Reviewer. From the, it means 312. What is 3 time period? 3 working days. Peer review board intimating to whom? Practicing unit. You have the 3 reviewers and we have to give that intimation within what? 3 working days. Within 1 working day, we have received the selection. And within 2 working days, he has to sign a declaration of confidentiality with the what? Practicing unit. Is it clear, everyone? Next point. PU shall also provide a copy of application cum questionnaire in form number 1 submitted to board to and to the reviewer within what? 2 working days of the appointment of what? Reviewer. तो अच्छा ये बताओ, why this application cum questionnaire पे इतना ज़रा concentrate किया हुआ है? क्योंकि actually you will come to know about your sample selection from this particular document only. Questionnaire is always called half work done. It means minimum, that is called acquiring the knowledge of what? Client's business. Same way you are doing it here, but instead of going there, you are sending them what? Questionnaire. Form number 1 you understood? What was form number 2 by the way? There is no form number 2 na so far? Form number 2. Board shall intimate the reviewer so selected to submit a declaration of what? Confidence. So form number 1 is what? Application cum questionnaire. Form number 2 is what? Declaration. So DOC is form 2 and ACQ is form number 1. Okay. Now this is the process summary. You can see the summary. Wow. Application form 1. To whom? Reviewer. 3 options within 3 days. Select 1 out of 3 in what? 1 day. Board intimate to reviewer to submit the DOC form 2 in what? 2 days. PU share the copy of ACQ in 2 days with the whom? Reviewer. So 3, 1, 2, 2. Did you sequence में याद करना? 3, 1, 2, 2. Is it clear? What is 3? PRB to PU. What is 1? PU to PRB. What is 2? DOC within 2 days. What is 2? ACQ within 2 days. Is it clear? Right? Now this is the approach how the peer review should happen. Now see, peer review procedure to be followed. Now we are seeing this topic from whose point of view? Peer review. Now see, before commencement, reviewer shall ensure that DOC is furnished to whom? PU, and the acknowledgement of the receipt is what? Obtained. Tell him that I gave you DOC, give me the acknowledgement that you have received it. On receiving ACQ in form 1 from PU, reviewer shall initiate the peer review by intimating to PU of the word proposed videos and proposed samples selected to be kept ready for a what? PU. Proposed samples selected are to be intimated by reviewer in form number 5 prescribed by whom? Board. So whether he has given me ACQ form number 1 or not, on the basis of that I have to pre-inform him that this is the proposed date I am going to come and visit. Please get these documents what? Ready, and this is my sample of the documents. Please get it ready. How you are intimating that? In form number 5. Reviewer may seek the further additional clarification. Like now, please tell me, do we plan and strategize our audit as well? Is it should be flexible or inflexible? Flexible. Here also same thing. If you think that after visiting your sample size is increasing or decreasing. That has to be done in what? Form number 6. The reviewer may seek the further additional clarification in form number 6 from PU, which it shall provide to the reviewer within how many days? So if you want, you can ask the additional information in form number 6. So tell me, what is 1, 2, 5, 6? 1 ACQ, 2 DOC, 5 intimating to get ready with the documents. And what is 6? Any further clarification? Reviewer shall within 2 working days of receiving the information from PU select the assurance services engagement that he would like to review and intimate to PU and board in what? Form 5. What does that mean? He is telling to 2 people now. Who are the 2 people? To the board as well as what? To the PU. Ki what assurance services I have selected to make sure that I will do the review for the same. And he is intimating to both of them in form number what? 5. Review shall plan and what? On-site. What do you mean by on-site? Now actually you are going to the whose place? PU's place. Actually till now everything is happening at separate places. Mother, you are in PU and he is in his office. So far you have not come in contact with each other. Now actually you are coming in contact with each other. That is called on-site review. Visit for initial meeting in consultation with whom? That is the main problem, sir. At the end of the day, please tell me, what do you mean by, is there any surprise check element or no surprise check? Directly you are intimating that when I'm coming. So obviously you are making the alert. Am I correct or not? But yes, I say does some favor to the chartered accountant. And this is one of the favor you can see. You are intimating that this is the initial meeting in consultation with PU. Reviewer shall give PU at least how many days to keep ready necessary records of selected assurance. Earlier it was what? 15 days. I'm giving you at least 15 days to get ready. But now only what? The time period has been shortened. Next one. Reviewer and PU shall mutually cooperate and ensure that entire review process is completed within what? Earlier it was what? 90 days. Are you getting the point? What was the old process? 90 days. From the date of receipt of application from PU for being a what? Peer reviewed, or from the date of notifying the PU about its selection of it means right from the starting point to the end point, total must be completed within how many days? 20 days. Did you get the point? Please tell me what is happening after on-site. Are you pre-informing that when you are going to come? Or surprise? Pre-informing. How many days you are giving them to get ready with the documentation? 2 days. With a mutual communication with each other? Am I correct? And you have to ensure to complete the whole peer review within how many days? That 20 days will start from when? From the first voluntary or mandatory application. Either you selected or he made an application. From that day till end, total must be completed within 20 days. Okay. In case of the peer review of the which unit? There comes a definition. Please tell me what is new unit? Not in existence for, it is in existence for less than 12 months or more than 12 months but not done any kind of. Reviewer and practicing unit shall mutually cooperate and ensure that the entire review process is completed within what? From the date of receipt of ACQ from PU for the being what? Reviewed. It means normal entity ka peer review must be completed within 20 days and new unit ka peer review must be completed within 7. But that should happen with the mutual discussion between the PU and what? Peer review. Execution. Now, what you are going to do in on-site? Please tell me what do you mean by compliance and what do you mean by substantive? Controls is known as what? Compliance. And details is known as what? Substantive. Same thing he is doing now. This on-site review shall not extend beyond what? Okay. Out of 20, on-site should not be more than what? 6. Did you get the point? Out of total how much? On-site should not be more than what? 6. It was 7 working days earlier. But now it is what? 6 working days. Within 6 working days, based on the size of the PU, what is the first thing you will do? The compliance. Compliance means TOC or TOD. It means testing of what? Controls. What are the things you are checking? Independence. You are maintaining in every assignment or not. Maintenance of what? Professional skills and standards. Outside consultations if you have taken 620. Using the work of auditors expert and staff recruitment, supervision and what? developments of the staff, and office administration. So what are the general controls you are testing in on-site? First of all, what is the time period of doing the on-site? 6 months. What are you doing first? Compliance. Under the compliance, what are the 5 things you are doing? Independence you are checking. Independence, maintenance, outside consultation, and office administration. So one is staff related, one is office related, one is outside, one is your personal skills and standards, and one is relating to your independence. That is called TOC. Next one, selection of assurance services engagement forward review. The number of assurance services engagement to be reviewed shall be depend upon the SQCs generally prevailing, size and nature of the assurance engagement undertaken by PU, methodology. ये वाला point same है. This was there in the older process also. How did you select the sample? Acha, please tell me. I'm a firm having 7 branches. Am I a small unit or big unit? So your sample size will be what? Bigger. Am I correct? My clients are mostly small fees I'm charging. So sample size will be what? Lower. So how do you select the sample size? That is based upon the 5 factors. Read the factor number 1, please. SQC is generally what? Prevailing. Size and nature of assurance engagement, methodologies adopted, number of partners and members involved, and number of branches and locations you have, and the fee charge received and GST paid by whom? P. What are the 5 bases on which we will select my sample? SQC, number of partners, fee charge, location branches. Next one, number of assurance engagements and methodologies which I have applied. From the initial sample, can there be any change in the sample size? What you selected in the beginning has to be same sample size, or you may change it after on-site. So in the case, from the initial sample selected at the planning stage, a reviewer in consultation with the peer review may increase or what? Decrease the initial sample size assurance service engagement for the review. So either you may increase your sample size or you may what? Reduce, but only with the mutual consultation with what? Sir, सब कुछ तो तुम पूछ के कर रहे हो. Everything you are doing it after consultation with whom? So you are doing just a formality. You are not doing a what? Peer review. Old ICA. Okay. What is the first approach? Compliance approach to check what? Controls. What are the, tell me, what are the 5 controls we checked? What are the 5 controls we checked? Independence, maintenance of standards and skills. Second one, office administration, outside consultation, development, supervision and direction of your staff. Now, following our areas are to be considered: assurance services records for administration, review and evaluation of internal controls. Then you have to do substantive tests, financial statement presentation and disclosures, assurance service conclusions, and assurance service what? Reporting. And once your compliance is over, finally you will shift your focus to what? Substantive, when you have to do nothing. Simple, write one word: documentation. What do you mean by substantive? Is nothing but called checking your what? Documentation. हम वहां पे क्या करते client के place पे? TOD. What is TOD? Here he can't do the TOD on me because it is not mine. He can only do one thing. He can at least check my what? Documentation. So for him, compliance is more important than what? Substantive. Did you get the point? Now please proceed and let me know how the total procedure happened. Can you voluntarily apply? Mandatorily apply. 3, 1, 2, 2. 3. 3 names intimated to you within 3 days. You have to intimate and select one within 1 day. I am intimating and signing the declaration of confidentiality within. Who is signing with whom? Peer reviewer is signing with the practicing unit. Then ACQ also within what? 2 days. Form number 1 is for ACQ. 2 is for declaration of confidentiality. That is the first set we have understood. Now please come to the review. What did you do? On the basis of ACQ, you selected some samples. Am I correct or not? Are you going to intimate anything? Yes. In form number? Can you take any additional information? Form number? Okay. Then on-site review, how you will decide? But in mutual consultation with what? Practicing unit. Am I correct or not? Within how many days your total 20? In which onset should be completed within? Depending upon size of the practicing unit. Am I correct? Now next point. If you are doing the peer review of the new unit, total should be completed within 7. Am I correct? What you do in the onset? First one, compliance. What do you check in compliance? 5 things. Independence, maintenance of skills and standards, outside consultation, office administration, and staff development, recruitment and supervision. Am I correct? After doing that, what you will do? The selection of sample size may increase or decrease. After doing the mutual consultation with whom? Practicing unit. After that, once your compliance controls are over, in the compliance control, basically what you are checking is these 6 items. What are the 6 items you are checking? Assurance services, their internal control system, you're carrying out some substantive tests, financial statement presentation related issues, assurance services conclusion, and assurance service what? Reporting. And finally, once your compliance is over, you will shift your focus to what? Substantive. In the substantive, what you are doing? Documentation. This is what brings an end to your what? Peer review new process now. So many changes have come. You have to be super duper. Ab tum socho, there are so many changes that as an examiner, I'll be confused ki what should I ask. Am I correct? So make sure that understand ki minimum 7 to 8 marks minimum you will get it this time from the chapter called what? Peer review. For sure. That is for sure. If it is not, it is not, I say. Procedure for what? Peer review. Of which unit? New unit. Simple. Peer review of the new unit is to be conducted based on the antecedents of partners and policy parameters announced by PU for the conduct of what? Attestation function. Reviewer has to verify the same from ACQ submitted by PU in form number 1 as well as on-site visit to PU. Total how many days, everyone? 7 days. The reviewer shall thereafter submit a report to the board in the formats as prescribed. So there is not that much gone. Now finally you have done the peer review and now it is called reporting time. Who is reporting whom? Peer reviewer is reporting to the peer review board. Now see, after completing on-site, reviewer shall submit a report to the board along with form number 9. पहले तो सारे form बोलो. 1, 2, 5, 6. 1, 2, 5, 6, 9. What is 1? ACQ. 2, DOC. 5, sample submission. 6, additional. And 9, report. Of his opinion, in his opinion, PU has adequate system and procedure in compliance with TPE standards or not. Copy of one report shall also be forwarded to whom? PU. So they are saying that once a report is prepared, 2 copies you will make, one for the board and one for the PU. And yesterday also I told you while reporting, should we discuss or should we make the final report or should we make a draft report first? Here also he is making the draft, also called the preliminary report. Preliminary report for what? Deficiencies. In case in the opinion of reviewer, system and procedure are deficient and non-compliant, or if there are any other matters which have to seek clarification, he shall communicate to the PU in a preliminary audit report issued by him. PU shall within what? 2 working days of the receipt of such findings make its submission or representation. If the reviewer is satisfied with the reply received by PU, he shall submit the unqualified report to the board along with form number 9. Copy of report shall also be forwarded by PU. But let's say for example, he is not satisfied with the response. Now see, I am sending a preliminary report to PU. Boss, this is the non-compliances. This is the non-compliances of PET I found. Now I am giving you how many days? 2 days to reply me back. Okay, what is your talk on that? What is your say on that? Your reply may be satisfactory to me or maybe not satisfactory to me. If the reply of the practicing unit is what? Satisfactory, it means he is showing the sign of what? Improvement, and he is understanding his weaknesses. It means you will give him a which report? Unqualified report, or means unmodified report, and 1 copy will be given to whom? PU as well. But in case you are dissatisfactory, reviewer shall submit qualified report to the board incorporating his reasons for the same along with form number 9, and this one also 1 copy will be forwarded to whom? PU. I'll make you write this in chart in a proper way. Report should state the system of quality control for assurance services of what? PU for a period under the report has been designed to ensure assurance services comply with what? TPE standards. Document to be submitted along with the report. What are the things you need to attach? Point number 1. Annexure to report as prescribed by whom? Board. Whatever the board will tell. Copy of what? Questionnaire means ACQ. List of what? Samples selected by him as per the criteria. And next one is what? Preliminary report if issued along with the PU's submission on the same. PU as well as the reviewer shall ensure that all documents submitted to the board are duly dated, signed and complete. Reviewer and PU shall mutually cooperate and ensure that entire review process is completed with filling the blanks. Tell me within how many days? 20 working days. What paina? Arey sorry. अच्छा पाइना में अरे यार ऊपर 20. In case peer review of new unit. This is kinda na? अरे I know. కొంచెం तो I know यार. Paina, kinda, picha. This much I know. Okay, please tell me what is the procedure. You will make a final report or preliminary. Who is preparing? Peer reviewer. Sending to whom? Practicing unit. Asking the reply within how many days? 2 days. You are giving a reply, but I am satisfied. Unqualified. 1 copy to whom? PU. And 1 copy to the board. I am dissatisfied. Qualified report along with my reasons. 1 copy to PU, 1 copy to board. What are the attachments I have to do? ACQ, samples, and annexures prescribed by the board, and preliminary report along with the submissions given by what? PU. These all things I have to attach with the what? Report. Total peer review concept must be over within, and new unit ka within 100% over. Now, next one, review of report by the peer review secretary. This person also has there. Under supervision and direction of what? Peer review board secretary. Peer review board secretary shall ensure that the report is accompanied by all the documents as per the guidelines. Also ensure that documents are complete in what? First of all, na, ICA has a lot of money to waste on people like them. Already peer reviewer has ensured that he is sending the proper documentation. They kept a secretary to check that documents are in place. It is nothing less than a PSU bank. ICA is nothing less than a public sector bank. All reports, एक और committee है. All reports shall be placed before the board or its what? Subcommittees for its what? Consideration and issuance of what? Peer review. Still no certificate has been issued. First it will be reviewed. And in case they think that you are very much away from the PET standards, then they will do the follow-up review. They will do the which review? Now see, and follow-up review, remember one thing, it should be done within 1 year. But at least if you want to reduce the time, if the things are too much out of control, then you can do it in 6 months as well. That was the old provision, I don't know the new. In case of qualified report, board secretary shall place a report before the board for consideration. Board may decide to do what? Follow-on review after a period of what? 1 year. So generally it is conducted within, no change in that. If the board so decides, period of 1 year may be reduced to what? 6 months from the date of issue of report. What do you mean by follow-up review? Follow-up review mein they will check that ki whatever the improvements we suggested, did you improvise on the same within a span of what? 1 year or not. But if the things are too much out of control, then 1 year may be considered below what? But below 6 months allowed or not allowed? Not. Minimum gap between the normal review and follow-up should be what? 6 months. Generally, 1 year. Issuance of peer review certificate. Somebody was asking the validity. Maybe that point will come here. Unqualified report. Peer review board secretary shall place a report before the board or its subcommittee for consideration issuance of peer review certificate to PU, but only after peer reviewer confirms the पैसा आया नहीं. So we are asking, peer review board is asking peer reviewer, hey peer reviewer, did you get your money? He is saying yes. Then only we will issue the word certificate. Peer review certificate shall be issued to the new unit subject to the procedure followed by whom? Reviewer as per these guidelines and other clauses of these guidelines as case may be. There was no requirement of this point. Certificates so issued by the board or subcommittee shall be noted by board. Useless point. Certificate shall be duly signed by whom? Chairman and vice chairman and secretary of board mentioning valid. So three signs should be there. Chairman, vice chairman, mentioning the validity period. It means they will now voluntarily mention for how long it is what? Valid. It means there is no particular time period now. Peer review board secretary shall serve peer review certificate upon what? PU. Peer review board secretary shall update the list of PUs having a valid peer review certificate, incorporating the names of PUs to whom peer review certificates have been issued on what? ISO. So his work is basically clerical work. And next one, qualified report. Peer review board secretary shall inform PU that the certificate cannot be issued along with what? Reasons as well as due date for conducting a follow-on review as may be decided by the. So if you will get a normal certificate, your validity will be written. But if you are getting a qualified report certificate, means modified in nature, in that case, they will not give you any kind of what? Obviously, if you have to hang this board. You have to hang this certificate. What you will hang? First of all, so it is a modified report or unmodified? Would you like to people know about your misconceptions in your organization? No. So that's why they do not give you the reasons as well as the due date for it means next follow-on review can be surprising. That's why they're not giving the which date? Due date. Generally to be conducted within 1 year, but can be reduced to within. But they have never said that exactly what is the time. It means that is the follow-on peer review can be conducted on which basis? Surprising basis. Validity, finally. How many years? 3 years. We can see in point number 4. PU can't continue with the existing certificate whose validity has what? Expired. But do you have to get it done if your validity is there? Or you need to wait for the expiry? All documents signed by the PU during the intervening period, that is expiry of the previous certificate and issue of what? New certificate will be what? Matlab? All documents signed by whom? PU. During the which period? Between expiry of your previous and issue of your what? It means now it is your responsibility to get the peer review certificate as soon as possible. Because if the gap is there, anything you signed between that gap is null and void. It's the responsibility of the PU to complete the peer review of the word firm. Why PU will complete the peer review of the firm? And submit all the necessary document at least 1 month before the date of expiry of what? Okay. It is a responsibility of the practicing unit to ensure that key peer review should be completed and submit all the necessary document at least what? 1 month before expiry only you have to apply to the peer review board about the new certificate. Next one, peer review certificate issued to the PU shall be valid for what? Or as such period as may be decided by the board commencing from date or receipt of peer review board by board. Validity of peer review certificate issued to new unit shall be. न्यू यूनिट ना अननेसेसरली इंट्रोड्यूस किया हुआ है सिर्फ एक ही रेलिवेंट पॉइंट अबाउट न्यू यूनिट व्हाट इज न्यू यूनिट एंड व्हाट इज द टाइम पीरियड 7 days remaining everywhere it is useless extension of validity council may for such reason as may be prescribed by it extend validity of existing peer review certificate granted to PU. Let's say for example peer review board says that we are lacking in man force people, we are not having the human resource available. So what they will do? Okay, let's extend your what? Existing validity. And PU shall make an application in form number what? 8. Requesting for extension. मेरे को लगा फिर से वॉलंटरी बोला करो ना प्लीज मेरा ऑडिट कर दो मेरा रिव्यू कर दो तो टेल मी 1 2 5 6 8 9 what is 1? ACQ. What is 2? DOC. What is 5? Submission of sample. What is 6? What is 9? Peer review report. What is 8? Application for extension. And inherent limitations of peer review. Yeah. Inherent limitations of peer review. What is the inherent limitation? Reviewer conducts review in accordance with statement onward. मतलब they themselves agree that what we have issued the statement is not good enough. That's a which limit. That is the meaning, na? Reviewer conducts review in accordance with what? It means if he will do the review in accordance with the statement of peer review, that itself is a what? Inherent limitation. Matlab, inherent limitation, from this point of view, you should not laugh. Actually, I'll tell you what is the meaning of this. They are saying that he is not allowed to have flexibility. He cannot insert or drop off the things whenever he wants. He has to go strictly as per what? Statement. Point number 2. Review would not be necessarily disclose what? All weakness. Because everything is happening with mutual discussion. Correct hai nahi hai? Can we pinpoint the weakness or not? Everything is happening with the which discussion? You are giving him the on-site time mutually. You are extending mutually. You are sitting with him mutually. When should I come? Mutually. So what's the point? You cannot disclose all weaknesses in compliance with technical standards, maintenance of quality assurance, since it would be based on what? So like we can't give the guarantee. Why? Because we do the sampling. They are also doing the sampling. That's why it can't give you all the details of what? Weaknesses. What is the next one? As there are inherent limitations in effectiveness of any system of quality control, which happens to be subject matter of review, departure from the system may occur and may not be what? Detected. Because we also do the test checking, some of the frauds and errors may remain what? Undetected. Same is the case with the which reviewer. And even if you will detect, you will have a which conversation? Mutual conversation, and you may get it undetected. Now, last point is what? बहुत simple है sir. Peer review is on the orders of whom? I say. Quality review is always ordered by government. Are you getting the point? Peer review board is completely under the control of whom I say, and quality review board is completely under the whom? Government. Quality review is only subject to one thing: statutory audits. Peer review is not on statutory audit. Peer review is on quality assurance, PET, so many things. But quality review का only objective is to verify your which audits. उसे हम लोग AFUR बोलते हैं. Audit firm under review. Instead of PU we call it as AFUR. और वहां पे PR की जगह TR, technical reviewer. What is the name? Understood? Completed before time? Okay. So as I promised, I may extend 10 minutes or I will leave you early. So thank you so much for lending your patient ears. You can leave now. And tomorrow, किसका चार्ट? अरे जान दो जी, क्या करते हैं? चाहिए क्या? इतना सिंप्लीफाइड तो लिखा हुआ है. क्या करते जी चार्ट पर? Anyways, in the exam, so you have to write like this, na? It's better. You should read it like this. Mutual discussion. Okay. Thank you so much, everyone. See you guys tomorrow. Tomorrow, we will first start with this NBFC audit. Okay? NBFC will do, audit committee, corporate governance will do, because November 22 amendments are accumulated here. As such, there are no amendments, but November 22 amendments are accumulated. That will do. After that, we will do 500 series completely. I will give you the overview of each and every standard, what you are looking for in 500 series. And then we will do one chapter, small chapter called audit of CFS, because so many times question comes from there also. Responsibility of the management, consolidation, adjustment, current and permanent. And then if the time will allow, we'll do the fiscal loss. Audit of fiscal loss. जल्दी जल्दी all 44 clauses को rough up कर लेंगे and we'll understand MCQ based point of view. ठीक है? And day after tomorrow, we'll do the remaining patchwork. Whatever is less. Automated, and then quality review also we will do. Automated is there. Little bit of 300 series, 200 series and 400 series ko we'll touch. Yes, most importantly 600 series fully we will do. Am I correct? I may not touch the chapter called bank audit. Because that if I'll touch, it will not get completed. That is the main problem. It's huge, humongous. But I will tell you, exam oriented, what is there, don't worry. Everything is exam. But so far, I think you understood everything, na? तो मेरे ख्याल से so in the first 2 days we have invested about 40 to 45 marks minimum. 50 marks we have invested. Remaining 50 marks we'll try our level best to cover in the next 2 days, because April 1st onwards my regular batch is there. I can't extend it even for 1 day extra. That's the main thing. So we'll see whatever the possibilities are there. Thank you so much everyone. See you guys tomorrow. Bye everyone. Take care. Tomorrow 8 morning we'll start. 8:15 you may come. No problem. We'll start. सर वो क्लोज कर दो.